So I would say that the EU is on high alert. You've got the leaders meeting tonight here in Brussels. They want to send a message of unity externally as a warning to Russia and to underline solidarity with Ukraine, but internally too for all of their member states to say that they're all in this together. They realise that unless the EU itself and the West keeps a united front, they don't have much hope, they believe, in stopping Vladimir Putin.
A final thought, Katia. When are we likely to see that next tranche of sanctions on a timeline? And you talked about the jitteriness, the nervousness. I suppose underpinning that is simply the fear that nothing has worked so far and potentially the next round of sanctions might not work either.
Well, that's right. I mean, again, we heard from President Macron, we're all in this together and we will respond together. But how far will the West go in its response? Are economic sanctions enough? Certainly, we know that since the Crimea, the annexation of Crimea 8 years ago, Vladimir Putin has tried to move his country's dependency from the West because he already suffered sanctions at the time. The EU is looking on announcing its sanctions package this afternoon. It has to be signed off legally and would be expected to go into effect tomorrow. That's very speedy for the EU. They say this is an even bigger package of sanctions than the one they signed off yesterday, aimed at more sectors inside Russia and even at the energy sector as well. The EU also underlines it has to keep something up its sleeve in case, as they fear, Vladimir Putin, despite this next sanctions package, continues with his aggression.
All right, Katia Adler there in Brussels. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
Well, in capitals around the world, condemnation statements are coming in. A short while ago, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States addressed reporters in Washington, where there was a detail of the Russian attack here on Ukraine, including an assault on the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Just have a listen to some of what the ambassador had to say.
No mistake. It's not a military operation or whatever it was called yesterday in Donetsk or Lugansk. It's a war against Ukraine. The aggressor carried out invasion in many directions, and the Russian aggression took place within the Lugansk, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Kherson, and Odessa regions. Heavy fighting is still taking place in Mariupol, Henichesk, Skadovsk, and Chaplinka. Artillery shelling in the areas and settlements continued along the state border and administrative boundary also of the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. The aggressor state also used the territory of Belarus to launch an attack. They tried to cross the state border with tanks, armored personnel, and military vehicles, and 4 ballistic missiles have been launched towards Ukraine from the territory of Belarus. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Minister of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station. And the fight is going right there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. So for the first time since Chernobyl nuclear disaster, after which Ukraine has been protected together with our European and American friends and allies, all the world from another nuclear disaster, we have to defend it again from the Russian forces. Now, Ukraine has activated our right to self-defense in accordance with international law. The combat spirit of Ukrainian military is high. We are fighting, we will be fighting. We, not only our brave and motivated military, but all Ukrainians. We are protecting our home, and we will not stop.
The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States speaking a short time ago to reporters in Washington. Well, our viewers will know that for weeks now we've been getting these predictions that there would be an all-out assault on Ukraine, and so it has come to pass. But at the same time, we'd also heard dire warnings that a military escalation would also be a deterioration in the humanitarian situation, with the United States and the United Nations warning that this could create up to 5 million refugees. Well, someone who's keeping a close eye on this possible development is the High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, who joins us now from Geneva. Filippo Grandi, tell us what the preparations are now as we are now in the first day of an all-out assault on Ukraine.
First of all, it is important to recall that UNHCR, my organization, the other UN agencies, NGOs, we are in Ukraine, we have not left, and we are ready to step up and provide help. We have stockpiles, cash, and other means to help the population. It is very difficult to do it today because there's military action, as we heard, everywhere around the country. But provided we have access and security, we're ready to move. We are particularly worried about displacement, about people on the move. We estimate that more than 100,000 must have already moved out of their homes in Ukraine seeking safety in other parts of the country. We heard that, we know that actually that a few thousands have crossed over into Moldova in particular, some in Romania and other countries. We have preparedness plans everywhere together with respective governments, but clearly the situation is pretty daunting as we speak.
Yes, you mentioned the people who are being displaced. We've seen here on the roads out of Kiev, we've heard the reports of the roads out of other major cities, people fleeing, not sure where they're going to go. Have there been resources put in place in parts of the country in anticipation of this kind of major displacement?
You know, Liz, it has been very difficult to predict how this situation would develop. We have prepositioned assistance in the country in various places. The challenge now will be to deliver it in a situation of active military offensive. So we will have to gauge very carefully the space that we have to provide that assistance in coordination, clearly, with the Ukrainian authorities and, in fact, with whoever is in control of the territory. This is why it is very important that whatever the military situation, access is granted for humanitarian assistance to be provided to civilians, that civilian lives and infrastructure be respected. These are the fundamental tenets of international humanitarian law. We still hope that some of it can be upheld.
And you are confident that you will have the cooperation that agencies like yours will need from European governments. We interviewed Ursula von der Leyen at the weekend. She said that the European nations were ready to assist. They've already approved, as you know, a package of 1.2 billion euros. Are you confident that this will unfold in the way that would be necessary?
Yes, I'm confident that humanitarian organizations will get that support. We will need first and foremost support in Ukraine for humanitarian operations, but we may also, unfortunately, need support in neighboring countries if the crisis escalates and we see a major refugee crisis. I've been in touch today with several European commissioners, with governments in the neighboring countries, and I'm confident that their efforts, supported by us, will be able to take place. The biggest challenge, in my opinion, will be inside Ukraine, especially in this military situation that we're witnessing right now.
Are you anticipating that you'll have to appeal for more resources if this military crisis continues to escalate, and with it then a deepening humanitarian challenge?
For sure, we will have to appeal for more resources. Traditionally, unfortunately, humanitarian appeals for Ukraine pre-crisis have never been very well funded, but now this has to change because needs will escalate exponentially and we will need those resources quickly.
Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, thank you very much for joining us from Geneva at this moment.
Well, the shockwaves are already being felt in the financial markets. What is the impact on things like energy prices as well? Let's cross to New York and our North America business correspondent, Michelle Fleury. Michelle, let's start with the markets first. The European markets just closing and they are sharply down. But just take me through generally what has been happening in the last 15 hours or so.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is no doubt this is going to have an impact on the global economy, and the kind of most immediate reaction you could see is if you look at the prices of things ranging from commodities. So you mentioned the price of oil. We saw Brent crude trading above $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. That was when Russia annexed Crimea. The other thing we're seeing is sharp falls on the markets. Asia fell overnight. European stocks, as you just mentioned, they just closed. The DAX in Germany, the CAC in Paris, and the FTSE 100 in the UK, all down 4%. Not surprising, given that in some ways the biggest impact from this conflict is likely to affect companies in Europe. Here in the United States, we saw sharp falls at the market open, for example, on the Dow, the S&P 500. It's worth noting they've kind of trimmed some of those losses now. The Dow is down 600 points versus 700 points earlier, and the Nasdaq, last time I looked, was in positive territory, or pretty much flat.
You mentioned oil briefly in terms of energy, gas prices. A lot of people fearful of what all of this is likely to do to that. What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, I think, you and I have talked a lot in the past about inflation, and one of those areas where we've seen price rises is in the energy sector. I think this is just going to make that worse, and that is going to continue for some time. Obviously, we've already seen the sanctions announced related to the Nord Stream pipeline. That will put pressure on gas prices. You're going to continue to see that until you find some sort of replacement supplies, and that will take time to come on board. So people need to prepare for the fact that prices will remain elevated, at least at the pump, and when they're talking about fuel bills at home, for some time.
A final word on sanctions, because in this last hour we've had several contributors talking about, and the Ukrainian foreign minister talking about that swift global payment. They want that on the sanctions table. It's been resisted so far. Is it likely now to be considered, do you think?
Look, I think it is something it seems like the United States and the EU want to keep in their back pocket for now. That is what we understand, that they are not ready to lay everything out on the table just yet. They want to be able to sort of, if you like, inflict more of a punishment further down the line. So they don't want to leave it out. You can sense the frustration, though, on the part of Vladimir Zelensky. He was tweeting earlier, look, I've just come off the phone with President Macron of France, and you need to look at putting SWIFT on the table. The reason it matters is that would cut off the transfer of payments. It makes it very difficult, for example, a company in Europe doing business with a company in Russia to kind of trade any kinds of goods. That would start to inflict the kind of economic pain they want to see. But the Europeans and the US, I think, are still taking an incremental approach. So we expect sanctions, for example, on some of the biggest banks in Russia, but they aren't yet, if you like, sort of doing everything in their arsenal.
All right, Michelle Fleury, live there for us in New York. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
As we've heard throughout this program, this is an invasion of Ukraine that is shaking the world, shaking the stock markets, creating the fears of a humanitarian crisis, and also leading to condemnation in capitals around the world. The greatest shock, of course, is here in Ukraine, including in the capital Kiev, where just before dawn this morning, the explosions began. We've also been hearing in the latest address from President Zelensky, he described what was a operational pause, but he said that the Ukrainian forces will continue to fight. But there's no sign yet that Russia is ready to call a halt to its invasion of Ukraine. And we're also hearing from our correspondent at the United Nations that a draft resolution is being prepared to condemn Russia.
Also, just to tell you, we are expecting to hear from Boris Johnson in the British House of Commons. We'll carry that live just as soon as he starts addressing MPs. All of that and more coming up for you on BBC News. Don't go away. We have plenty more on this escalating crisis.
Hello, good afternoon. This is BBC News with me, Ben Brown. Our headlines at 5 o'clock. Russia launches a major military assault on Ukraine by land, air and sea. There have been explosions near major cities, including the capital, Kyiv. As the Russian army moved in, there was international condemnation of Vladimir Putin. And let us take you straight to the House of Commons, where there is now a debate and the Prime Minister will be talking to MPs.
And with permission, I'll update the House on our response to President Putin's onslaught against a free and sovereign European nation. Shortly after 4 o'clock this morning, I spoke to President Zelensky of Ukraine as the first missiles struck his beautiful and innocent country and its brave people, and I assured him of the unwavering support of the United Kingdom. And I can tell the House that at this stage, Ukrainians are offering a fierce defence of their families and their country. And I know that every honourable member will share my admiration for their resolve. Earlier today, President Putin delivered another televised address and offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarisation and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilised behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland. Our embassy took the precaution on 18th of February of relocating from Kiev to the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, where our ambassador Melinda Simmons continues to work with the Ukrainian authorities and to support British nationals. Now we have a clear mission. Diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas that has served to empower Putin for too long. So I welcomed, again, Chancellor Scholz's excellent decision to halt the certification of Nord Stream 2. Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK. And with around half of Russia's trade currently in US dollars and sterling, I'm pleased to tell the House that the United States is taking similar measures. These powers will also enable us to ban Russian state and private companies from raising funds in the UK, banning dealing with their securities and making loans to them. We will limit the amount of money that Russian nationals will be able to deposit in their UK bank accounts, and sanctions will also be applied to Belarus for its role in the assault on Ukraine. Overall, we'll be imposing asset freezes on more than 100 new entities and individuals, on top of the hundreds that we've already announced. This includes all the major manufacturers that support Putin's war machine. Furthermore, we are also banning Aeroflot from the UK. Next, on top of these financial measures and in full concert with the United States and the EU, we will introduce new trade restrictions and stringent export controls similar to those that they in the US are implementing. We will bring forward new legislation to ban the export of all dual-use items to Russia, including a range of high-end and critical technological equipment and components in sectors including electronics, telecommunications and aerospace. Legislation to implement this will be laid early next week. These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial and technological capabilities for years to come. We're bringing forward measures on unexplained wealth orders from the Economic Crime Bill to be introduced before the House rises for Easter. And we will set out further detail before Easter on the range of policies to be included in the full bill in the next session, including on reforms to Companies House and a register of overseas property ownership. We will set up a new dedicated kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion and corrupt Russian assets hidden in the UK, and that means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide. And Mr. Speaker, I know that this House will have great interest in the potential of cutting Russia out from SWIFT. And I can confirm, as I've always said, that nothing is off the table. But for all these measures to be successful, it is vital that we have the unity of our partners, the unity in the G7 and other fora. And, Mr. Speaker, Russian investors are already delivering their verdict on the wisdom of Putin's actions. And so far today, Russian stocks are down by as much as 45%, wiping $250 billion from their value in the biggest one-day decline on record. Sberbank, Russia's biggest lender, is down by as much as 45%, and Gazprom down by as much as 39%, while the ruble has plummeted to record lows against the dollar. We will continue on a remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy piece by piece, day by day and week by week. And we will, of course, use Britain's position in every international forum to condemn the onslaught against Ukraine, and we will counter the Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization, not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defences still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow, and I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. Last Saturday, I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realise the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. However long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House and every one of our great allies, certain that together we have the power and the will to defend the cause of peace and justice as we have always done. And I say to the people of Russia, again, whose president has just authorized an onslaught against a fellow Slavic people, I cannot believe that this horror is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime. And to our Ukrainian friends, in this moment of agony, I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend, and in that spirit, I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity and our resolve are with the Ukrainian people. Invading troops march through their streets. Missiles shell their cities. They've been cast into a war through no fault of their own, because Putin fears their freedom and because he knows that no people will choose to live under his bandit rule unless forced to do so at the barrel of a gun. The consequences of Putin's war of aggression will be horrendous and tragic for the people of Ukraine, but also for the Russian people, who've been plunged into chaos by a violent elite who have stolen their wealth, stolen their chance of democracy, and stolen their future. And we must prepare ourselves for difficulties here. We will face economic pain as we free Europe from dependence on Russian gas and oil and clean our institutions from money stolen from the Russian people. But the British public have always been willing to make sacrifice to defend democracy on our continent, and we will again. The consequences of Putin's actions will be felt throughout the world for years, and I fear for decades to come. Russia's democratic neighbours and every other democracy that lives in the shadow of autocratic power are watching their worst nightmare unfold. So all of us who believe in democracy over dictatorship, in the rule of law over the reign of terror, in freedom over the jackboot of tyranny, must unite and take a stand. We must support the Ukrainian people in their fight, and we must ensure that Putin fails. Putin will eventually learn the same lesson that European tyrants learned in the last century, that the resolve of the world is harder than he imagines, that the people's desire for freedom burns brighter than he can ever extinguish, and that the light of liberty will prevail over his darkness. For that to happen, we must make a clean break with the failed approach to handling Putin, which after Georgia, after Crimea, after Donbass, has fed his belief that the benefits of aggression outweigh the costs. We must finally show him that he is wrong. That means doing all that we can to help Ukraine defend herself by providing weapons, equipment and financial assistance, as well as humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people. We must urgently reinforce and reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe, who now stand at the frontier of Putin's aggression. And the hardest possible sanctions must be taken against the Putin regime. It must be isolated, its finances frozen, its ability to function crippled. That means excluding Russia from the financial mechanisms like SWIFT and banning trade in Russian sovereign debt. I welcome the set of sanctions outlined by the Prime Minister just now and pledge opposition support for further measures. And there are changes we must make here in the UK. For too long, our country has been a safe haven for the money that Putin and his fellow bandits stole from the Russian people. It must now change. Cracking open the shell companies in which stolen money is hidden will require legislation. Bring it forward immediately, Prime Minister, and Labour will support it, along with the other measures that the Prime Minister has just outlined. Thank you, and we will support it. Mr. Speaker, this must be a turning point in history. We must look back and say that this terrible day was actually when Putin doomed himself and doomed his plan to reassert Russian force as a means of controlling Eastern Europe to defeat. We know how Putin operates, so we know how to defeat him. He seeks division, so we must stand united. He hopes for inaction, so we must take a stand. He believes that we are too corrupted to do the right thing, so we must prove him wrong. I believe we can, and in this dark hour, we can step towards the light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
I want to say how grateful I am to the Right Honourable Gentleman for the terms in which he has just spoken and the robust support that he is offering to the government and to the Western Alliance, Mr. Speaker, at a very, very difficult time. And I think the whole House can be, turning to some of the issues that he raised very briefly, I think the whole House can be proud of the role that the UK has played in pioneering military support, logistical support to the Ukrainians, the role that we played in bringing together a ferocious package of sanctions, which we will now implement. And we will bring our allies together, Mr. Speaker, to protect NATO, to show that President Putin will get a tougher Western alliance as a result of his actions, not a weaker Western alliance. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that events will show that the Russian president has profoundly miscalculated. He believes that he is doing this for his own political advantage. I believe the exact opposite will prove to be the case because of the resistance that will be mounted against what he is doing, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. And we will support those Ukrainians, Mr. Speaker. We will support them economically, diplomatically, politically, and, yes, militarily as well. And I know that in due time we will succeed.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement this afternoon? This House and this country are united in our defence of democracy and our support for the Ukrainian people. Vladimir Putin has initiated war in mainland Europe. The response must be unequivocal and absolutely clear. So will my right honourable friend confirm that the government is putting in place every possible economic sanction so that Russia feels absolutely the cold wind of isolation and the Russian people understand that Vladimir Putin has brought their state to a pariah state?
Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend, and she's absolutely right about what the government is setting out to do, and I do indeed believe that that will be the result for Putin and his cronies.
We now come to the SNP leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of the statement, and let me also welcome the very close contact he has kept with the Ukrainian President, of course, importantly, overnight. I was grateful that I had the chance to meet this afternoon with the Ukrainian Ambassador to the UK and indeed with Ukrainian MPs. Our thoughts and our support is very much with each and every one of them, as it is with all of the people of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, although last night's events have been prophesied and predicted for some time, the acts of Russian violence, aggression and tyranny are no less shocking. What we are witnessing is a full-scale invasion. It is an act of war. This is, first and foremost, an unprovoked attack on the peace and the innocence of Ukraine and of its people. But it's equally an attack on international law, an attack on our European democracy, an attack on the peace that our continent has so carefully built over the last 75 years. President Putin, and President Putin alone, bears responsibility for these horrific acts. And it is he and his Kremlin cabal who must pay a massive price for their actions. It is important to say to the Russian people that we know that Putin is not acting in their name. He is a dictator. He is an imperialist. He is a tyrant. He is much a threat to his own people as he is to all of us. Mr. Speaker, this is a moment for unity, and it's especially a moment for European unity. All of the economic sanctions that are now finally being implemented have one clear objective: the complete economic isolation of the Russian state. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this is the objective and that he has agreed that with his international allies? That economic isolation must include sanctions on Putin and his network of oligarchs and agents, their expulsion from countries around the world, sanctions on his banks and their ability to borrow and function, and sanctions on his energy and mineral companies. And as I said yesterday, it must finally mean clearing up the sewer of dirty Russian money that has been running through the City of London for years. And I know all the complications involved, but can I ask the Prime Minister that the actions to be taken to suspend Russia from the SWIFT payment system, one of the steps that would hit the Putin regime the hardest. But just as we rightly seek to punish Putin, we must redouble our support and solidarity for the Ukrainian people. Can the Prime Minister give further details on the humanitarian aid being deployed and the plans in place to offer refuge and sanctuary where necessary to those that have been displaced? And what plans are in place to evacuate the families of UK citizens currently in Ukraine, given that commercial flights have now stopped? Mr. Speaker, let's not fall for the Kremlin propaganda that they are prepared to soak up any sanctions. If we act now, if the sanctions are targeted enough, swift enough, severe enough, if we impose nothing less than economic isolation, Putin and his cronies will suffer the consequences of their actions. So let us act together, stand together, and most of all, let us stand with the people of Ukraine.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank again the right honourable gentleman for the wisdom and the statesmanship with which he's just spoken. And just on his points in particular, we've put 1,000 troops on standby to help with the humanitarian exodus in the adjacent countries. We have people in forward presence in the adjacent countries to help UK nationals come out. And he's quite right, Mr. Speaker, that the way to make these sanctions work, as we discussed today in the G7, where there is a great deal of unity, is that we do them together and we do them at the same time, and that's what we're doing.
Can I just say to everybody that this has got some very important meetings. We'll be running this to 6:30. Those colleagues who don't get in, we are keeping a list like we did from the other day to try and ensure that everybody does get a voice in a very... You'll have to sit down a minute. It's a very, very important matter. I now come to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you. May I first of all thank a huge friend, the Prime Minister and his government today for introducing what sound like the toughest sanctions we've seen in years. May I ask him, however, to look wider than simply the Russian people and to look at all those who are enabling Putin's economy, those who sit on boards of the businesses that finance him, whether they are former Chancellors of Germany or former Prime Ministers of France. May I ask him to look here, close to home, at those who enable, who propagate the propaganda that is being used by Putin to undermine his own people and free people everywhere, and to update the Treason Act so that we can identify them and call them what they are, traitors. Can I also ask the Prime Minister one last question, which is when he speaks to people around the world that he speaks with the truth that he can in Russian through the BBC Russian service and starts to broadcast in languages other than Russian into Russia so that all Russian peoples can know their oppression doesn't need to exist. They don't need to side with a tyrant.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank him very much, and he's absolutely right that we have to look at those who abet the Putin regime, and there are many, many of them, and that's why we are looking at all sorts of ways in which we can address threats to this state, Mr. Speaker, and we are, of course, making sure that the messages from this House, which are so impressive in their unity, should be registered by the people of Russia, because we mean no ill towards them. They are as much, in many ways, the victims as the people of Ukraine of this appalling regime, and they need to know what's really going on.
Dame Angela Edel.
Would the Prime Minister tell us, if he can, what's going on with the Russian troops going through Chernobyl, which sent a chill through a lot of people's thoughts when we heard about it?
Prime Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady very much. I hesitate to give the House a running comment on what seems a very fluid and very dangerous situation, but to the best of my knowledge, she's right in what she says.
Dr. Julian.
Mr. Speaker, for 50 years, Britain gave sanctuary to the governments in exile of the occupied Baltic states. If, as appears likely, Ukraine gets overwhelmed, will we offer to give sanctuary to a government in exile pending Ukraine's future freedom?
Prime Minister.
Of course, I thank my honourable friend. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we will give all support that we can, logistical or otherwise, as Britain always has done to governments in exile. And the point I made to President, one of the points I made to President Zelensky this morning was that it might be necessary for him to find a safe place for him and his cabinet to go.
With President Putin responsible for this catastrophic human tragedy, Liberal Democrats join all sides to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement. Today must be a wake-up call. The West has been too complacent over Putin's threat for too long. We have taken for granted our fragile alliances, so crucial for the defence of freedom, emboldening Putin, this outrageous act of aggression. The West cannot be complacent any longer. So will the government reverse its proposed troop cuts to the British Army and offer far greater military support to our NATO allies in Eastern Europe? And Mr. Speaker, Putin must face the most punitive of sanctions. The world must isolate Russia like the rogue state it is, including the state-backed oil giant Rosneft, 20% owned by BP. So will the Prime Minister commit to banning UK investment in Russian oil and gas companies with immediate effect?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on his point about investment in Russian oil and gas, as I've said, we must move away from all our dependencies on Russian oil and gas, and that is the objective of the UK government. We're lucky in this country that we have only 3% of our gas that comes from Russia. Other European countries are in a much more exposed position. On his point about supporting Eastern Europeans, we have, as he knows, doubled the size of our commitment to Estonia. We've gone bigger in Poland. Another 350 Marines from 4-5 Commando were in the skies above Romania. I don't believe there's another country in NATO that is currently doing more to strengthen NATO's eastern defences.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kensington has strong historical with Ukraine, so I welcome this robust approach. My constituency also has seen significant property investments by Russian investors. Can I urge my right honourable friend to accelerate the introduction of a register of beneficial ownership of property?
Prime Minister.
Yes, she's completely right, and we need to unpeel facade of these companies, these shell companies, so we can see who owns the property concerned.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Because John was right when he warned that bad men need nothing more to compass their ends than that good men should look on and do nothing, that the whole House will support the measures that the Prime Minister has just announced. Now, in his statement, he said our mission is clear diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily. What did he mean by using the word militarily? Was he referring to providing further defensive weapons to enable Ukraine to defend itself?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. I obviously don't want to go into detail because it is a very sensitive and difficult business. But yes, Mr. Speaker, we have done, we continue to do so, and I believe I have the support of the House in intending to continue to do so.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Prime Minister for his words and his, if I understand correctly, early commitment to an economic crime bill and a kleptocracy cell. In relation to that, will there be a foreign lobbying bill? Will there be amendments to Libel and Data Protection Act to stop unscrupulous law firms offering intimidation services to oligarchs and kleptocrats? And will the NCA be properly funded, as the ISC report suggested, so it will be able to take on the kleptocrats, the autocrats and the oligarchs in this country?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. As I said in my opening statement, we are setting up a new combating kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target the very individuals that he mentions.
Sarah Champion.
Speaker, let no illusion. We are in an actually enormous humanitarian crisis, which could see massive loss of life and widespread suffering for the Ukrainian people, and all to suffer the warped Tsar complex of the Russian president. The attack on Ukraine is also likely to cause mass displacement of people, potentially triggering a significant refugee crisis in Europe. So can the Prime Minister tell us what he is doing to support the Ukrainian people who stay and those who choose to flee?
She makes a very important point, and I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, because the humanitarian impact threatens to be enormous, and that's why I've said what I've said about supporting those refugees as they come out of Ukraine. But we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to stabilise the Ukrainian economy, to support the government and as far as we possibly can. And that's why yesterday, on Tuesday, I should say, I announced the $500 million extra package of development aid on top of the £100 million we've already given. Other countries, our friends and allies, are working with us to do much more.
Sure.
Does the You're watching BBC News, and we're bringing you live coverage of a debate in the House of Commons on the crisis in Ukraine after Russia's invasion.
The Atlantic Charter of 1941 has been the most successful in the history of freedom and democracy. And as one of the architects of that order, we have a special responsibility to defend it. And whilst today's sanctions are extremely welcome, it cannot just be economic measures. We need a fundamental review of our military capability, including revisiting the integrated review, whose assumptions may now be out of date.
Mr. Speaker, the integrated review begins with the assertion that the most important area for our national security is the Euro-Atlantic area, as I believe I said to the honourable gentleman opposite on Tuesday, and that remains fundamental, and that's why we've continued with the investment that we have in NATO. We're the second biggest funder of NATO, as the honourable gentleman knows. But he's my right honourable friend knows. But he's right in what he says about what's at stake. This is about the whole idea of that wonderful thing that was so inspiring when some of us were young, of a Europe whole and free, that fantastic revolution that happened in 1989 and 1990 when communism fell, Mr. Speaker. It was a great moment for humanity, and we mustn't allow it to slip through our fingers.
Clive Lewis.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say, on behalf of the people of Norwich, that we show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. But warm words will not defend the Ukrainian people. I've been speaking to people who have been liaising with Ukrainian trade unions, people who've been fighting privatisation and wage cuts. But they say one thing, that they will not run from their homes. They will defend their families. Those people need to be able to defend themselves. So I support the Prime Minister's assertion that we will be providing more defensive capabilities for that end. But let me say one thing, Prime Minister and Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Prime Minister, that we must have an end to this by a negotiated settlement and not by an escalation of military means?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House, everybody in the world, would want President Putin to have chosen the path of negotiation. He had that moment, and that's why, if you remember, we had that discussion in this House on Tuesday about that perilous moment which we all discussed. He had that opportunity. I'm afraid he's missed it. He's chosen the path of overwhelming violence and destruction. And I'm afraid that puts us on a very, very different course. And we have to accept that reality.
David Davis.
Everybody will wholeheartedly support the Prime Minister's sanctions, hopefully against all 140 Russian oligarchs that support Putin and against all the major banks. The Prime Minister also described the Russian state as a pariah state. And he's right, because they have broken international criminal law on a major scale. Can we actually implement our view of the pariah state by ensuring that everybody involved in that decision, if they leave Russia to go abroad, face international criminal sanctions wherever they go?
Good point. I thank my right honourable friend, and that is exactly what we can now do, thanks to the measures that this House has passed.
Neil Hamley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we woke to the worst possible news, and I make no apology in hoping for a diplomatic solution. However, my party and I condemn the escalating Russian aggression. This is a fluid and developing situation, but we are now in uncharted territory. I can update the House that whilst there have been calls in this place for Alex Salmond to cease broadcasting on Russia Today, negotiations have obviously been happening in the background, and I can confirm that he has suspended broadcasting on Russia Today. But we must prepare for the worst. And I would ask the Prime Minister, what strategy is he bringing forward to increase the capacity of North Sea oil and gas so that we can support ourselves and EU member states and protect our people from a further increase in the cost of living?
Mr. Speaker, I must say I disagree profoundly with what he has had to say about negotiating now. I don't think that option is open to us. We must do our best to support and protect the people of Ukraine, and working with our international friends and allies to constrict what Vladimir Putin can do. And on his point about Russia Today, Mr. Speaker, I simply observe that the former leader of the Scottish Nationalist Party is his leader. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. His leader. I understand the pleas he entered in defence and mitigation. They don't seem to cut much ice with me.
Sir Graham Brady.
I wasn't standing.
Steve Crabb is the name.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly welcome the further set of sanctions announced by the Prime Minister this evening, and we look forward to further steps being taken in the days ahead and not being held back by perhaps some of the slower-moving members of the alliance in Europe. But does the Prime Minister agree with me that if sanctions are really to bite on Putin and his gangster government, then inevitably it will mean cost and inconvenience to UK economic interests? But that cost and inconvenience will be as nothing compared to what the people of Ukraine are going through, and we stand with them this evening.
Yes, I'm afraid my honourable friend is right. It will mean cost. It will mean inconvenience. It will mean difficulty for us in the UK. But that will be a price worth paying, Mr. Speaker, for defeating the objectives of Vladimir Putin and showing that aggression does not pay.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Could I just follow up on the question from the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight about the Combating Kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency, and just seek from the Prime Minister a view whether additional powers will be required for the National Crime Agency and additional resources for them to do their work.
I thank her very much. They will, of course, they have plenty of existing statute, but the additional powers that they will have, amongst other things, will be the ability to peel back the facade of ownership, which I think will be extremely valuable.
Jonathan Ginochley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst this terrible, appalling incident is, of course, directly the cause of Russia, I think it's appropriate that we also recognise that over the last 14 years, the UK, the EU, the US collectively have not been attentive to Russia in the way that we should. Can my right honourable friend now say that whatever happened in the past, moving forward, we are not going to let Russia fall between our fingers again?
Mr. Speaker, I think the lesson of 2014 is that the whole of the West failed to respond in the way that we should. And when a sovereign country was invaded and part of that country was occupied, I'm afraid it was quite wrong that we tried to manage the situation with the various diplomatic processes that we did, which in the end produced absolutely nothing except finally this catastrophic invasion today. We have to a bitter lesson, Mr. Speaker, about how to deal with Vladimir Putin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Prime Minister that it seems like the curtain has now come down on that era that began in 1989, and we've lived in an era of change since then. This now feels like a change of era. In this new era, the permissive environment that we created for the Kremlin's quartermasters to live, to invest, and to party in London, sometimes with the Prime Minister himself, that must now come to an end. So let me ask the Prime Minister this. Will he undertake to ensure that every visa issued to a Russian dual national is now reviewed, and where proximity to President Putin is proven, that citizenship should be stripped away?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are doing that, though I think it is. I just think it's worth the House remembering the point that I made the other day. Not every Russian is a bad person, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the package of sanctions the Prime Minister has set out? And whilst I understand why it's not been possible to suspend Russia from the SWIFT payment system at this stage, can I ask what work we're doing with our European allies to offer them reassurance so that eventually we can get to a position when they can be suspended, because that is by far and away the biggest thing that will isolate the Russian economy.
My honourable friend is spot on. The biggest thing would be if everybody stopped taking Russian hydrocarbons. But SWIFT is extremely important, and it's a Belgian company, as I'm sure the House knows. We're raising it. We're trying to make progress with our friends, but for obvious reasons, it has to be done in unison.
Stuart MacDonald.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. This morning I spoke with friends in Kyiv who were leaving the country with their family, their children, and we've all seen the scenes from the capital of cars trying to get out. So I send my deepest thanks to the embassy team there who are doing all they can to support people. But can I ask the Prime Minister about two areas of support for Ukraine: economic support and continuing support for defensive capability? Will both of those areas of support intensify, and can he assure the House, I see the Foreign Secretary telling me so, but can he assure the House that the government will continue the deepest possible conversations with the government in Ukraine to ensure that no matter the assault that comes to it from Vladimir Putin, we will be supporting them in a deeply meaningful sense.
Yes, on that last point, the answer is certainly yes, Mr. Speaker. And just for instance, the other day I was looking at 2 British minesweepers being refitted in Rosyth, as I'm sure he knows, which are due to go to Ukraine. The question will be access, Mr. Speaker. That's what it all depends on.
Sir Robert Butland.
Mr. Speaker, it's crystal clear from this act of naked aggression that Putin doesn't seek Finlandisation on his borders. He seeks at best to recreate a Belarus in the south, or at worst to dismember the sovereign state of Ukraine. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that that does mean that we need to build upon the outcome of our integrated defence review? We do need to think differently about Eastern Europe from the past. And then at home, with his announcement on bringing forward economic crime measures, it seems that there is a consensus in this House that could allow us to bring forward emergency legislation to bring those important measures to really hit those people hard and hit them now.
Speaker, I think that is clearly the will of the House, and it is the will of the government, and that's why we'll be taking those important measures, bringing them forward on Monday.
Shanara Ali.
Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with the Ukrainian people at this time. And while I welcome the sanctions the Prime Minister's announced today, can he update the House on whether he plans to sanction the major state-owned Russian banks such as Bank and Gazprom Bank and the non-state bank Alpha Bank? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ukrainian POW chapel at Lockerbie in my constituency is a focal point for the Ukrainian diaspora in Scotland, and prayers are being said there for their fellow countrymen. But what Ukrainians in the UK have identified, being grateful for the military support that has already been forthcoming, is that there is an immediate need for medical battlefield supplies, for warm clothing for troops and for camouflage gear. And can my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, assure the House that they will be forthcoming?
I thank my right honourable friend very much. He raises a very important issue, and we are working on exactly those supplies right now.
Van Jones.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and very much welcome the sanctions that he's announced today. But can he give an assurance that the sanctions that are going to target individuals will also target relatives and connected parties? And like the Honourable Right Member for Swindon, he mentioned the Economic Crime Bill. We've got the review of the Official Secrets Act and the Foreign Registration Act. Why can't we bring them forward and do them now? They would get huge support. And we've been waiting for some of these for nearly 2 years.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that we will certainly be making sure that we are able to sanction and do sanction relatives and other interested parties, and there'll be a rolling programme of intensifying sanctions.
Crispin Blunt.
Having been one of the officials that accompanied the then Defence Secretary to both Moscow and Kiev in 1993, I'm in no doubt that the signatories of the United States and the United Kingdom on the Budapest Memorandum gave Ukraine the confidence to give up its nuclear deterrent. Will my right honourable friend support the United States to whatever extent it is prepared to go to stand alongside the United States in giving whatever military support it's prepared to do so to Ukraine?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to remind the House of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which had exactly that effect and created exactly that obligation on us as one of the signatories.
Very Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be aware that we are on this side of the House very keen on these sanctions. Although, does he share with me the worry that the record of driving out dictators and demagogues with these sanctions isn't always that successful? Does he share my concern that if we've read what Putin has been saying these last few hours, here's a man that might not stop at Ukraine. He might go into a NATO country. And are we playing that scenario? Because many of us think that might be the next step.
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise that appalling possibility, and it is vital that we reaffirm again that under Article 5 of the NATO treaty, we stand foursquare behind every one of our NATO allies and will come to their defence.
Ian Duncan.
Speaker, can I say to my honourable friend that with Ukrainian men and women dying to fight against the Russians for their freedom today, those who are calling for negotiation at this point can only please that rambling wreck of a neo-Nazi sitting in the Kremlin, and they should be shunned. Secondly, can I just say to my honourable friend today, the ambassador from Ukraine asked desperately whether NATO would look at a no-fly zone. I know it's a difficult choice, but could my honourable friend step to the dispatch box and make it clear that in this particular case, he rules nothing out?
Mr. Speaker, I know that my right honourable friend is a great military expert, and he will understand. And I understand the attractions of the no-fly zone. I remember the no-fly zone that was created in 1991, as I recall, in northern Iraq. The situation here is very different. We would face the risk of having to shoot down Russian planes, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that I think the House would want to contemplate with caution.
Lord Russell Moyle.
Speaker, in locking out Russian state money, I hope the Prime Minister can give me reassurance that that will include our overseas territories and dependencies that must be included in this. And I note that there are, Mr. Speaker, protests in a number of Russian cities across Russia at the moment, and celebrities in Russia have been speaking out. I do hope that we will be offering all the support that we can to those people who are likely to be shunned by the fascist imperialist Putin regime.
Yes, and can I say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons why I want to keep our fantastic British embassy staff in Moscow, even though the temptation is there simply to sunder diplomatic relations with Putin, I want to keep them there to support groups such as the ones he mentions.
Bob Stewart.
Mr. Speaker, I've given evidence of 4 war crimes trials. It was genocide and crimes against humanity the people were charged with. Could I ask my right honourable friend and the House to agree with me that any Russian who kills a Ukrainian must remember that one day they may well be brought to court for crimes against humanity or genocide?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and not just any Russian combatant, Mr. Speaker, but anyone who sends a Russian into battle to kill innocent Ukrainians.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Zelensky has called for the toughest possible sanctions. For them to be the toughest possible, that must mean immediate. So in his statement, he talked about in the next session for the economic measures, including on Companies House and on the Register of Overseas Property Ownership. But in answer to the Right Honourable Member for Swindon, he said something about bringing forward on Monday. Which of these is it? And if it is Monday, will it have the same effect as is required for that immediate action?
We'll be bringing it forward on Monday, Mr. Speaker, and we want to have, I hope, and I'm grateful for the support of the opposition, we want immediately to start cracking down on these individuals.
Jesse Dolan.
Well, we're going to leave that debate now in the House of Commons on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And just to sum up what was said, the Prime Minister began that debate by saying how he now believes that President Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour all along, despite those diplomatic talks. Boris Johnson said Putin, quote, will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. He denounced the Russian leader as a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. The Prime Minister also announced in that debate what he called the largest and most severe sanctions that Russia has ever seen, including an asset freeze on more than 100 Russian companies, entities and individuals, and new financial measures to exclude Russian banks from the British financial system. He also said the government will ban the Russian airline Aeroflot from the United Kingdom, and he also said that in terms of other measures, nothing is off the table. You've been watching BBC News. Right, much more coming up, but first of all, let's get a look at the weather forecast with Thomas Schaffenacker.
It's been a cold day with frequent wintry showers, even some sleet in the south of the country during the afternoon on Thursday. We can look forward to a much calmer day with lighter winds and more sunshine on Friday, although the morning is going to be a little on the nippy side. Now here's our radar, and this is the extent of the wintry showers across Scotland. You can see where the white is, that's where it's been snowing. A few wintry showers further south as well. Still very blustery through this evening, gusts of wind in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour, but the winds will start to ease as we go through the course of the night. And this is because high pressure is building in from the southwest. When high pressure builds, things tend to settle down, the showers become less frequent, we have clearing skies, and the temperatures drop as well. So I think widespread frost to come across more northern parts of the UK. In the south, just that a little bit less cold, 4 or 5 degrees. Now here's that high pressure on Friday building in from the southwest. Notice that there is a weather front and low pressure to the north. That will come close to us. It will brush the very far northwest of the British Isles, but generally speaking, it is a fine day on Friday. There might be 1 or 2 showers around in the morning, but they should quickly fade. And then for England and Wales, it's sunshine all round, very decent weather in eastern Scotland. Decent enough, I think, in Belfast, but you can see here in the Western Isles and certainly for the Outer Hebrides, it could be pretty cloudy and wet at times. Temperatures are not desperately low, but around about 9 to 11 degrees. So high pressure is dominating the weather across many western and central parts of Europe. It's also driving our weather here in the UK, but we're just on the edge of that high pressure, which means that the weather fronts and the low pressures tend to sort of go around that area of high pressure. And here, I think, always more breezy, always a bit more cloud, whereas further east and south, the better the weather will be. But overall, Saturday is looking dry and bright at the very least for most of us, with temperatures of around 12 degrees in the south, 10 degrees in Aberdeen. And then on Sunday, it looks as though we're in for another fine day across most parts of the country. But come Monday, I think it will cloud over. One of these weather fronts will come in and bring some outbreaks of rain. You can see the rain here on Monday in some of the towns and cities. Bye-bye.
Booyah was a hell.
Behind every headline,
I had this feeling that I'm entering a prison.
there is a human story. This is our world.
Put your hands on the corner. I just seen the cops kill somebody. They were treating me as if I was the suspect.
A series of documentary films that reveal the human drama at the heart of global events.
If I'm in jail, I'm living my life meaningfully.
To urge the world to keep focused on what's happening in Hong Kong.
I've got to accept where I'm at and not let it get me down.
Our mind and the unity we have. That's the powerful things in the world.
Our World. This weekend on the BBC News Channel and BBC iPlayer.
Worlds apart, but always connected. Storyville, Wednesdays at 10 on BBC4 and iPlayer.
Tonight at 6, we're live in Ukraine and the country at war after a huge Russian military offensive by land, sea and air. The onslaught began just before dawn with a barrage of missiles on multiple targets right across the country. Then, with Russian attack helicopters and fighter jets homing in on the Ukrainian army, Vladimir Putin had this warning for anyone trying to stand in his way.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
Here in the capital, fearing the worst, some are desperate to leave. Their president calls on the international community to help his country.
Putin started a war against Ukraine, against the whole democratic world. He wants to destroy my country. He wants to destroy our country, everything we have built, everything we live for.
As the invasion progressed, reports of casualties on both sides. Now NATO is on high alert.
So we have increased our presence in the eastern part of the alliance with thousands of more troops, ships and planes over the last weeks. To send a very clear message that an attack on one ally will trigger the response from the whole alliance.
This act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine. It's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world. And the wider effect of the conflict, soaring energy prices and a major hit to the global economy.
And coming up on the BBC News Channel, the Scottish FA say there's ongoing dialogue with UEFA regarding developments in Ukraine. It's ahead of the World Cup qualifier between the two countries at Hampden next month.
Good evening and welcome to the BBC News at 6 from the Ukrainian capital Kyiv, a country under attack after a huge Russian military offensive by land, sea and air. Fighting is raging in several areas, hours after Moscow's invasion, and many Ukrainians are seeking shelter or trying to leave the major cities. There are reports of dozens of military and civilian casualties. It's been a dramatic day of events, so let's bring you up to speed. In a televised address at around 6 a.m. Moscow time, President Putin announced a special military operation in the eastern Donbas region aimed at what he called the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. It came as missile strikes were reported on a number of Ukrainian military targets in the early hours. Explosions could be heard in several cities in the east of the country, as well as here in Kyiv. Blasts have been reported everywhere, with Russia saying it's destroyed more than 70 military targets, including 11 airfields. And following the airstrikes came the land invasion, with Russian tanks and troops advancing. They breached the border in three main directions, from the east, the south and the north, including from Belarus, Russia's longtime ally. With the first of our reports tonight, our international correspondent Ola Gearin has the very latest from the front line in eastern Ukraine.
The dawn of a frightening new era in Europe. Kyiv, a city of 3 million, awoke to sirens and a Russian invasion. Soon, a panicked exodus from the Ukrainian capital as the EU spoke of one of the darkest hours since World War II. And darkened skies as Russian attack helicopters targeted a military airport outside Kyiv. Ukraine says several were shot down. The invasion was by air, sea and land. President Putin making the extraordinary claim that it was to rid this democratic country of Nazis.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation.
Its aim is to protect people who have been subjected to tortures and genocide from the Kiev regime for 8 years. To do this, we will be aiming at demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
This was Russia's protection in action in cities across the country. Unverified images from Ukraine's northern and southern borders appeared to show Moscow's forces streaming in. Ukraine's beleaguered President Volodymyr Zelensky appealed for blood donations and said this was an all-out attack.
What do we hear today? It's not just rocket explosions, combat and the roar of aircraft. This is the sound of a new Iron Curtain, lowering and closing Russia away from the civilized world. Our national task is to make this curtain not on our territory, but in the homes of Russians.
From early morning in eastern Ukraine, we found queues at ATMs. Now there is war, people want cash in their pockets and fear it may run short. Like many here, Natalia is trying to comprehend what has befallen Ukraine, trying to work out how to protect her 2-year-old Karina.
We're shocked. We're totally shocked. We are afraid for our children, for our families.
Are you thinking about trying to move?
I don't know, I just don't know. Where can I go? We don't know where to go. Who will have us? Nobody, nowhere is waiting for us.
More queues at the petrol stations. Many want to be ready for whatever may come. Like Andrei, who felt the explosions overnight.
I heard it clearly. The earth was really shaking. So we got up and now we're waiting for fuel. We will buy some so we can be mobile in case all communications are cut. We have to prepare. What else can we do?
And where to run to as Russia does this. A missile strike on an airport in western Ukraine. And here, the aftermath of another strike on a block of flats in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. Innocent civilians not safe in their own homes. Missile fragments now on display in the playground. In the battle for Ukraine, Russia is controlling the skies. Here, Ukrainian forces try to bring down helicopters, but they are outgunned. They've been suffering losses. We don't know how many. This nation is now under sustained attack. A day has changed everything, and not just for Ukraine. Tonight, the established security order in Europe since the end of the Cold War has been violently upended by Russia. Frenzied international diplomacy failed to prevent this. The threat of international sanctions proved ineffective. And the Russian leader, who insisted for months that he had no plans to invade his neighbour, has done just that. Now, NATO says it was, in fact, long planned and cold-blooded. President Putin is taking what he wants here by force, knowing the international community is not going to stop him. And tonight we've had confirmation from the authorities in Ukraine that after a heavy battle, Russian forces are now in control of Chernobyl, the location of the former nuclear plant.
Ola, thank you for that. Ola Gearin there live on the front line in eastern Ukraine. Well, the people here in Kyiv woke to the sound of air raid sirens as citizens face the prospect of war. My colleague Nick Beak has been gauging the thoughts of some of the people here to the extraordinary unfolding events.
A European capital, just 3 hours' flight from London, confronted by its worst fears.
The sirens have just started here in the capital, Kyiv. The invasion, the attack that Russia promised would never happen, has now started. And the Ukrainian government is urging people to stay calm, and it's appealing to the international community to stop President Putin now.
We soon find Lana and her mum. Russia forced them from their home in Crimea 8 years ago. Now they're on the move again.
It's very, very nervous, and I'm very scared. But I must be strong.
After the overnight attacks from the sky, many take refuge underground.
Well, this feels like one of the safest places in the city today, not just because there are lots of soldiers about, but because the metro is doubling up as a bomb shelter. And overnight families have come down here. They're trying to follow the news of what's happening, and they're trying to work out what they're going to do next.
2-year-old Yegor is still smiling, but his mum and dad are worried.
8 bombs.
8 bombs?
8 bombs.
At Borisopol?
In Borisopol.
Really?
The war started. Страх за ребенка.
I'm very, very scared for my boy, Alexander says. Then they both ask, where are NATO to help us? When the bombs started falling, Army reservist Mark helped his neighbours leave their homes. Now he wants help to save his country.
Our friends, such as Great Britain and other countries, USA.
He tells me he's ready to fight on the front line and die for Ukraine.
It's only one way to serve our country, our children, our mothers, and defend our country from Russian occupation. And we will fight all day.
Queues have been growing for food and for cash. Many are fearful of what will come next, among them Alexei.
If Russia will occupy Kyiv, which I don't believe happen, because I believe in our army, well, it will be like another Nazi occupation.
But such fears are growing, with video appearing to show Russian helicopters flying low and firing this afternoon north of Kyiv.
Tonight, Russian troops are reported to be moving ever closer. Ukraine is vowing to defend its capital. And for those who have chosen to stay, they simply don't know what the night will bring. Nick Beak, BBC News, Kyiv.
Well, what about the view from Russia? The Kremlin insists its military operation in Ukraine will last as long as necessary. President Putin, who announced the action early this morning, warned that any outside interference would lead to an immediate response never previously experienced in history. But there's a sense of shock among some ordinary Russians. From Moscow, our correspondent Steve Rosenberg has the latest.
There are moments that change the course of history. Would this be one? Russia invaded Ukraine. Its president threatened the West.
If anyone tries to stand in our way or even threaten our country, our people, they should know Russia will respond immediately. And this will lead to such consequences, the likes of which you have never experienced in your history.
Russian state TV went into overdrive, backing the assault, claiming Ukrainian soldiers were surrendering en masse. A different mood here, at one of Russia's last surviving independent papers. To show solidarity with Ukraine, tomorrow's edition will be in Russian and Ukrainian. The paper's editor, Dmitry Muratov, won last year's Nobel Peace Prize. He believes that President Putin has done irreparable damage to his country.
Unfortunately, I have to say very bitter words. I think that today, February the 24th, Russia's future was taken away from it. Our peace-loving Russian people will now feel the hatred of the world, because we are starting a third world war in the center of Europe.
Vladimir Putin comes across now as a leader with an almost messianic idea to force Ukraine back into Moscow's orbit, even if that means war. What the public might think about that doesn't come into it. he seems determined to achieve his goal. In the centre of Moscow, we're against the war, she says, and we want the whole world to know that. But so far, few Russians have come out to protest. Maybe this is why. In Russia now, protests end like this.
I'm sorry, so shocked. I just can't help crying. I think that most of Russians don't support this. It's horrible.
And why don't they support it?
Because it's not our war, it's war Putin, Biden or anyone else, but not our nation.
I think the Ukrainian soldiers will surrender, she says, and they should. It's terrible to be at war with Ukraine. This is not a conflict the Russian public wants. This is the Kremlin's war.
And with regard to that, Steve, the whole world is watching. They're wondering, what exactly is it President Putin feels he can get out of this military adventure by attacking its smaller neighbor without any provocation?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Vladimir Putin is fueled by resentment at how the Cold War ended, with the West declaring victory and Russia losing power and territory and influence. I think he's motivated too by an almost semi-religious belief that Ukraine belongs to Russia, that Ukraine must be in Russia's orbit, that Russia as a great power has the right to a sphere of influence. What can the West do about all of this? It's hard to see. I think it's clear that America is not going to put boots on the ground. The West does not want to fight Russia. It doesn't want a world war. And Vladimir Putin will have factored in sanctions. But there's one thing I'd say here, that if you've been in power as long as Vladimir Putin has been in power, for 22 years, as president or prime minister, you start to feel you are invincible. You start to feel you can't put a foot wrong, that you're Teflon. And that's when mistakes creep in. And I wonder, judging by the strength of feeling here in the public, that many people think this is a mistake. Russia invading Ukraine, I wonder whether this action by Vladimir Putin will come to be seen here amongst the Russian people as a fatal mistake.
Sure. Okay. Steve, many thanks for that. Steve Rosenberg there live in Moscow. Well, never mind the view on the ground in Russia. What about the rest of the world? And there has been outrage expressed at the unprecedented actions of Russia, and there have been sanctions to boot. The EU is holding an emergency summit this evening, calling Russia's assault a barbaric attack that threatened the stability of Europe. Boris Johnson said it was an attack on democracy and freedom around the world. Our diplomatic correspondent James Landale has more.
For days, for weeks, Western politicians paid court to Vladimir Putin, doing what they could to pull the Russian leader and his ministers back from the brink. And yet their diplomacy, their deterrence, their phone calls failed. And now the world must face the consequences of this man's defiance. It was, said the President of France, a turning point in Europe's history.
Le président Poutine n'a pas seulement attaqué l'Ukraine.
President Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, he has flouted the sovereignty of Ukraine and caused the most serious attack on peace and stability in Europe for decades.
After consulting his national security advisers, President Biden spoke to fellow G7 leaders who agreed to impose severe economic and financial sanctions on Russia. And this evening, European Union leaders were arriving in Brussels to agree their own package of measures against Russia, measures they hope will punish and perhaps even deter.
It is President Putin who is bringing war back to Europe. And in these dark hours, the European Union and its people stand by Ukraine and its people. We are facing an unprecedented act of aggression by the Russian leadership against a sovereign, independent country.
NATO promised to do even more to reinforce its eastern flanks, but made clear no troops would be sent to Ukraine, which is not a member of the military alliance.
The Kremlin's aim is to re-establish its sphere of influence, rip up the global rules that have kept us all safe for decades, and subvert the values that we hold dear. This is the new normal for our security.
In a recorded statement in Downing Street, Boris Johnson did, however, promise Ukraine more defensive weapons.
Ukraine is a country that for decades has enjoyed freedom and democracy and the right to choose its own destiny. We and the world cannot allow that freedom just to be snuffed out. We cannot and will not just look away. Our mission is clear. Diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbaric venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure.
In the early hours, the United Nations Security Council met in emergency session to discuss the actions of one of its own.
Then don't ask me questions when you are speaking.
In fact, its current president, an invasion by this man's country in clear breach of the very purpose of this body.
President Putin, stop your troops from attacking the Ukraine. Give peace a chance. Too many people have already died.
But such pleas are now falling on deaf ears, and the people of Ukraine are paying the price. James Landale, BBC News.
Well, Boris Johnson accused President Putin of unleashing a tidal wave of violence. In that televised address, the Prime Minister said he had spoken to President Zelensky to offer the UK's continued support in ensuring the flame of freedom once again blazed bright here in Ukraine. Today in the Commons, he announced what he said was the largest and most severe sanctions that Russia has ever seen. Our political editor, Laura Koonsberg, has more.
Conflict on our continent was not, after all, consigned to history. Assumptions of safety in Europe shaken. Our Parliament, our Prime Minister, confronting the politics of war.
President Putin of Russia has unleashed war in our European continent. He's attacked a friendly country without any provocation and without any credible excuse. We and the world cannot allow that freedom just to be snuffed out.
That will not, though, mean British military lives being put in harm's way, but a tighter squeeze of sanctions. The hope, stopping Russian business swirling through the city, through our economy, will hurt. There are 10 areas of sanctions, including an asset freeze against all major Russian banks, and laws to stop the Russian government and firms getting money from the UK financial markets. Sanctions against 100 companies and individuals, oligarchs and backers of Vladimir Putin. Some exports will be suspended, equipment that can be used by the military, some high-tech and oil refinery goods, and a ban on the Russian airline Aeroflot landing in the UK.
Why have you started a war in Europe?
Diplomacy seems at an end, though. More shouting than talking, perhaps. The Russian ambassador summoned to see the Foreign Secretary, unceremoniously booted out of the meeting 10 minutes later. Liz Truss telling her counterparts Russia lied to the world. The opposition called in too, but this time for common cause, to share intelligence. Our political parties largely in step.
Prime Minister Johnson.
The Commons unusually together in condemnation at this dangerous moment of history.
Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest.
But how to confront him?
The UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. We will continue on a remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy piece by piece, day by day and week by week.
This conflict will cost us too.
We must prepare ourselves for difficulties here. We will face economic pain as we free Europe from dependence on Russian gas and oil. and clean our institutions from money stolen from the Russian people. But the British public have always been willing to make sacrifice to defend democracy on our continent, and we will again.
For our politicians, for the Prime Minister, the challenge is so immense. The first political generation in so long to have to grapple with war on our continent like this. And while Ukraine is more than 1,000 miles away, this isn't remote. We'll all feel this in the jagged backdrop of what happens round here and in the cost of our everyday living. There may be a price for us all.
Those paying tonight, the people of Ukraine, singing out in sadness at loss of life and freedom. The West hopes, in the end, it will be the Russian leader who'll count the cost. Laura Kunsberg, BBC News, Westminster.
Well, in a moment, we'll hear from our Europe editor, Katya Adler in Brussels, and our North America editor, Sarah Smith, who's in Washington. But first, let's talk to Laura Kunsberg, who's at Westminster. Laura, the Prime Minister has promised a tough package of sanctions, but given that this country's been invaded, what effect do they think that will have?
Well, Clive, they are certainly significant steps as far as the government is concerned. And compared to what we heard earlier this week, it's a very wide-ranging package of measures. There's a real determination in government to show strength to Ukraine and to show determination to deal with Vladimir Putin. Downing Street has, in fact, tonight just lit up the building in the colours of the Ukrainian flag, that yellow and blue shining out. But the question of whether these sanctions will make an immediate and intense impact on what actually is happening on the ground is a rather different one. One minister suggested to me today that actually in the short term, this may not do very much to change the situation. It would be in the immediate and the medium and the long term that they would degrade Vladimir Putin's grip on Russia and harm the economy. So it might take some time, in this minister's view, for the actual impact to be felt very keenly. But of course, it's also really important to remember that the UK at this point has got no intention whatsoever of putting British forces in harm's way. So the UK, like much of the West, is talking tough on rhetoric. They are taking measures. These are not insubstantial, but they're not prepared to talk the language of using force as domestic countries making those decisions to put their own troops in harm's way on the ground in Ukraine. And that language, the language of force, is one that Vladimir Putin seems only too happy to talk.
Let's get the perspective from our Europe editor, Katya Adler, who's in Brussels. Katya, we have a major conflict on the continent of Europe, the like of which has not been seen for such a long time. How worried is the EU?
Well, the mood in Brussels this evening, Clive, is sombre and extremely concerned. The EU Commission chief said today that Vladimir Putin has brought war back to Europe, and there is an absolute conviction that this is about more than Ukraine. It's an attempt by Russia to change the stability order in Europe. And that means that European countries, formerly Iron Curtain countries, now members of EU and NATO, feel really exposed. Mostly the Baltic states, they border Russia, and they worry the Kremlin is going to try to destabilise them. At the same time, the EU is bracing itself for a new migration crisis, and the countries that border Ukraine, so Hungary, Romania and Poland, they feel really on the front line as Ukrainians may try to flee the violence. And finally, Clive, with sanctions, the Big Bang sanctions that EU leaders say that they're going to announce tonight, Italy, Germany and others fret that they'll be hit by that far more than others. So Brussels says the idea of this summit tonight is about a strong expression of unity externally, with warnings for Vladimir Putin and reassurance for Ukraine, but also internally for 27 EU leaders to say we're in this together. One EU official said to us that he thinks this is going to be one of the hardest and most emotional summits the EU has ever held.
And to you, Sarah, in Washington, the American president, Joe Biden, is about to address the nation. What are we expecting to hear from him?
Well, he has promised that he will announce a devastating package of sanctions and other measures, but There's not much hope here that that is actually going to halt Russia's attack, because what's happening may be a shock, but it's certainly not a surprise. The US has been predicting this for weeks, and they have laid out in advance what their response would be. President Putin has looked at that and clearly has not been deterred. There are thousands of American troops which have been sent to Eastern Europe. They're in Poland, Romania and the Baltic states, but there's absolutely no intention that they will go into Ukraine or engage with Russian forces. That is not something that is being contemplated here. So when President Biden says that the world will make sure that Russia is held accountable, in the Kremlin they may very well be asking how exactly. And this is a huge problem for America and the international community, because there's absolutely no doubt it's a major challenge to international stability, to European security, but it also poses a very significant challenge to the US and their position as a global superpower, because if they appear powerless to prevent this assault on Ukraine from Russia, then what do they do now?
Okay, Sarah, thank you. Sarah Smith there in Washington. To Katya Adler in Brussels and Laura Koonsberg at Westminster. Many thanks to you all. Well, Russia has one of the largest armed forces in the world, and there are questions as to how the Ukrainians here will be able to defend themselves on their own against one of the most powerful militaries in the world. Our defense correspondent Jonathan Beale has this assessment of how the two sides in this latest conflict match up. A warning, his report contains some flashing images.
Early this morning came the Russian version of shock and awe. Using its long-range weapons, rockets and cruise missiles, Russia set to target Ukraine's military headquarters, installations and air defences. Russia has launched strikes right across the country, including near the capital Kiev, its main port of Odessa, as well as Kharkiv, close to the Russian border. Strikes have been followed up by military units crossing the border. Russian forces are reported to have entered Ukraine from Belarus in the north and from Russia itself to the east, right down to the south from Crimea, which Russia invaded in 2014. Western intelligence already assessed that Russia had massed up to 190,000 troops on Ukraine's border. That's slightly less than Ukraine's entire armed forces of around 200,000. But Russia has more advanced weapons. It has long-range cruise and ballistic missiles and some of the world's most sophisticated air defense systems. And Russia's key advantage is in the air. It has around 300 combat aircraft, including fighter jets and attack helicopters on the border. Ukraine has just over 100.
They will very quickly gain air superiority. As soon as they do, the over 200,000 Ukrainian troops stop being an army that can maneuver and reposition itself to fight whichever axes the Russians advance on, and instead becomes a collection of independent units that will struggle to reposition themselves without coming under air attack. And so that's where the Ukrainians face very hard choices.
Pinned down, Ukraine's forces will find it harder to defend. Many of its best trained and best equipped troops are in the east of the country along the line of control. Western intelligence officials fear they could become encircled. The US and Britain are among the few countries that have supplied Ukraine with weapons, but these are mostly short-range anti-tank and surface-to-air missiles. Their best chance may be to defend the cities.
Kiev is a central objective. Its political significance is as the seat of the Ukrainian government. Russia must be seen to capture it and must physically remove the Ukrainian government and neutralize its institutions. And it's hard to see how it can do that without capturing Kiev. So I think the defense of Kiev is vital to the position of the Ukrainian forces.
The key question is whether President Putin will achieve his political objectives through military means. And how long can Ukraine hold out on its own? Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Well, oil prices surged to their highest level in 7 years as a result of the military action here in Ukraine. UK wholesale gas prices also rose sharply today by 60% at one point, which will push up heating bills even further. While the UK gets very little of its oil and gas from Russia directly, Europe does. And as the West uses the economy as its main response to Vladimir Putin, our economics editor Faisal Islam looks at whether or not we'll all pay a price.
The economy is an important battleground here, the key weapon for the West against Putin's Russia, and it's also the way in which these huge events will most clearly affect households across the UK.
You can see the profound impact of this invasion on the world economy in today's global markets. A barrel of crude oil already above $100 for the first time in 7 years. That will filter into petrol prices, which on average are at a record of £1.50 a litre, could push them up a further 10 or 20 pence. On the gas markets, the international price up 60%, £3.50 a therm. Household energy bills already going up right now by a record. If this conflict lasts weeks or months, that could happen again in the winter. And that's not the end of it. Food prices too stand to be affected.
The conflict is likely to interrupt the supply of grain from Ukraine, which is responsible for an eighth of world supplies. But the economy is also a weapon here, the impact already being felt on the Russian currency, down to a record low against the dollar, with the Russians having to prop up the ruble using some of its war chest of over $600 billion in currency and gold reserves. The Russian stock market crashed this morning, losing up to 40% of its value as its main banks and energy giant Gazprom at one point halved in value. But Russian gas supplies, including through Ukraine, continued uninterrupted. Quite literally, dollars, euros and pounds are flowing into the Kremlin and companies it controls selling its main exports as the Western world decries what Russia is doing with that funding.
So there's no embargo on Russian energy exports like there was for Saddam Hussein's Iraq when he invaded Kuwait 30 years ago. Serious sanctions that could cripple the Russian economy would also have a painful and material impact on Britain, on the rest of Europe, politically, economically and socially. Mr. Putin's calculation is that that would be too high a price for the West. Faisal Islam, BBC News.
The far-reaching economic consequences of this war. And if you want more information on this fast-moving story and the latest developments and those coming up in the next few hours, just go to our webpage. It's live there, bbc.co.uk/news. Well, that's it from Kiev for the moment. More from me a little bit later on, but I'll hand you back to the studio in London.
Clive, thank you. And just to say, you are watching a specially extended BBC News at 6. The news where you are is coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. Some of the day's other news now, and students who start university in England next year will be paying off their loans for 40 years after graduating, according to new government plans. Under the current system, loans are written off after 30 years. Labour says the changes will hit those on low incomes the hardest. Our education editor, Bronwyn Jeffries, is here. So talk us through the changes.
Well, tuition fees are going to be frozen for a couple of years, which might feel like good news to future students. But if you are starting university in England next year, in 2023, you will most likely start repaying sooner, as soon as you start earning £25,000 as a graduate. You're likely to repay much more than under the current system, and you'll be repaying for a lot longer, for 40 years instead of 30. So who does this affect most? Well, it's the middle earners, people like middle managers in a company or teachers who will take the biggest absolute hit in repayments, facing the prospect of still repaying their own student loans when their children start going to university. The very highest earners, so think about people like lawyers, doctors, financiers, they're actually going to see a strikingly large fall in the amount that they repay, a 26% drop, because in future everyone will be paying the same slightly lower interest rates on their loans. So this is going to raise questions about fairness. Is the balance right between the highest earners and the lowest earners? It will, however, in the long term, help reduce the bill to taxpayers.
Bramwell Jeffries, thank you. All remaining legal COVID restrictions have been removed in England nearly 2 years after the first rules were introduced. It means people are now no longer legally required to self-isolate if they test positive for COVID, although they are still advised to do so. Restrictions have already been lifted in Northern Ireland. They are still in place in Scotland and Wales, though, but will be gradually loosened. Treasury sources have confirmed to the BBC that the Chancellor, Rishi Sunak, has also received a questionnaire from the Metropolitan Police as part of the inquiry into parties at Downing Street and Whitehall during the COVID lockdowns. Mr Sunak is one of around 50 people, including the Prime Minister, who has been asked to complete the legal questionnaire as police look into allegations of COVID rule breaking. The Queen has postponed 2 more virtual engagements following her positive COVID test last Sunday. Buckingham Palace says she's still carrying out light duties and held a telephone audience with the Prime Minister Boris Johnson yesterday. Our Raw correspondent Nicholas Witchell is at Buckingham Palace. What more can you tell us, Nick?
Buckingham Palace, Sophie, continues to be very tight with information about this. It's a health matter, therefore, as far as they're concerned, it is essentially private. But we do know that this morning 2 virtual engagements, which were due to take place today, were postponed, just as happened on Tuesday. There was no talk today of mild cold-like symptoms, as we've heard before, but we were told that she is continuing with light duties, whatever that phrase means. Now, there are no more virtual engagements tomorrow. We do know, though, that she spoke to the Prime Minister last night. So where does this all leave us in terms of the central question of how is the Queen? I don't sense there is sharp concern, not least because other members of the royal family are continuing with their plans. But in terms of that central question of how is the Queen, Buckingham Palace continues to say as little as possible.
Nick Witchell at Buckingham Palace, thank you. The News Where You Are is on at BBC One at 7 o'clock. But now let's go back to Clive in Ukraine. Clive.
Sophie, thank you for that. Well, how did we get to the situation where Russian tanks have rolled into Ukraine and are beginning to, frankly, occupy this country? We're going to take a look at Ukraine's relationship with its bigger neighbour with Ros Atkins.
Ukraine's independence came in 1991. The Soviet Union had collapsed, and as it splintered, a number of new nations emerged. Ukraine was one of the largest. Its population was 52 million. It was 1,200 kilometres from east to west, and with that land came a huge farming sector, worth over $20 billion now, or close to £15 billion. And as democracy moved east, this was a moment of optimism. In 1991, Ukrainians celebrated their first election. The US called it momentous. One voter described a flowering of our soul. But for all the enthusiasm, democracy couldn't change Ukraine's geography or its history. To the east was Russia. To the west were Poland, Slovakia and Hungary. All 3 had communist pasts. By 2004, all 3 had joined the European Union. Being pro-Russia or pro-Europe became a fundamental dividing line in Ukrainian politics. And months later, we saw how. Amidst allegations of electoral fraud, what became known as the Orange Revolution began, and 2 men were the focus. Viktor Yanukovych, who was pro-Russia and who'd initially been declared the winner, and Viktor Yushchenko, here on the right, who was pro-Europe and would become president after a new vote. And while the outcome of that election was settled, relations with Russia were not. And in 2010, there was a further twist. Yanukovych was re-elected, and then in 2013, he would take a decision with huge ramifications. Chris Morris reported at the time.
As EU leaders arrived for the Eastern Partnership Summit, something was missing. The centrepiece was supposed to have been the signing of an association agreement with Ukraine.
But it didn't happen. Under pressure from Russia, Yanukovych walked away from that deal with the EU, and another revolution would begin. There were weeks of protests and crackdowns, and in the end, Yanukovych would flee his country estate just outside of Kiev and head for Russia. Watching from Moscow was Vladimir Putin. This was his cue to act. First, Russia annexed Crimea from Ukraine. It's a peninsula on the Black Sea. Weeks later, pro-Russia rebels seized 2 regions in eastern Ukraine. Russia already divided Ukrainian politics. Now Putin was dividing the country itself. But the turn towards the West that frustrated him then remains now. One recent poll shows 68% of Ukrainians in favour of joining the EU. Putin, though, sees Russians and Ukrainians as one people, a single whole. He says Ukraine is ancient Russian soil. That perception may explain this invasion, but perhaps there's something else too, because the 90s brought a surge of democratic optimism. To Ukraine's current president, this invasion is showing us what Putin thinks of that.
Putin started a war against Ukraine, against the whole democratic world. He wants to destroy my country. He wants to destroy our country, everything we have built.
That effort to build a nation began as Ukraine emerged from the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. Today, as Russia invades, Ukrainians are seeing the extent of Putin's resentment of what happened then and what's happened since.
Rose Atkins with that look at the history, perhaps underlining what's been taking place today. Well, the BBC's Ukrainian service has been covering this crisis over the past few weeks, months, in fact for several years, and among them is the BBC's Ziana Bezpieczuk, who's sheltering with her parents as I speak in a residential suburb in Kiev. Let's just get your response to today's events, Ziana. Just tell me the shock that you and the others must be feeling at what's happened today.
Yes, I can say that we are shocked. My colleagues from the BBC Ukrainian service we are shocked, really. Why? Because, for the moment, the whole country, all of Ukraine became the front line. We used to have the front line in eastern Ukraine, in the Donbass, where the war between the Ukrainian government, army, and Russian-backed separatists has been going on for 8 years. But now it's very, very different. It's absolutely the other scale of war and invasion. And there are no more safe places within the country. Towns, cities from western Ukraine and central Ukraine were attacked today from air. It was really unexpected, very unexpected. All worst-case scenarios for the invasion are they envisaged attacks from the north, the south, the east. Nobody expected that actually the whole country can be invaded, and that's the first point. The second point is just, as a human being, it's very scary to be woken up at 5 o'clock early in the morning by loud explosions. And when I heard first explosions in nearby my residential area in Kiev, I realized very fast that it's very different from, for example, what we heard and used to in the Donbass. It didn't sound as artillery. And later on, the military headquarters confirmed that it appeared to be either cruise missile strikes against the airport, the international airport nearby Kiev, or the anti-air defense system response. So it's really very scary. And, as I heard from many people around throughout this very shocking and painful day for the country, this is something that can't be forgotten for the rest of your life, and something that can be forgotten by no means. So this is also very scary to realize.
Okay, we're going to end it there. Ziana, good luck to you and the colleagues that you're sheltering with. Ziana Bezpieczuk there of the BBC Ukrainian service. Well, more than 100 pro-Ukraine supporters gathered outside Downing Street to protest against Russia's invasion. So how do the thousands of Ukrainians living in the UK feel about the events of the last few hours? Our special correspondent Lucy Manning has been to meet some of those watching anxiously from afar.
They are more than 1,500 miles away, but the invasion feels so close. Denis Ugrin is a child psychiatrist. Tetiana Vitviska is a volunteer. Both have parents in Ukraine.
I was talking to them this morning. I wanted to convince my mum to leave Lviv and go to Poland. But despite the fact that she is not terribly healthy at the moment, she refuses to go.
What more do you want the British government to do?
I think people need to understand that this is not 1938. This is 1939. And the entirety of the global peace is at peril.
Denis is able to contact his father. He's clear what he wants from the UK: more weapons.
How can they help you?
Just
need maybe
weapon. Are you afraid? Are you afraid in Lviv?
Now in Lviv people is not afraid.
Tetiana manages to contact her partner Volod's parents. They have just managed to get a bus out of Ukraine to get across the border to Poland. We said we are going to London, Irina tells her. They said there was room on the bus for only one of us, she says, but I begged them to allow us both to go. Tetiana is overwhelmed with anxiety about her own parents. They had been visiting London and returned home just yesterday.
I can't contact with them. It is terrible because I'm worried and I am sad.
Minutes later, she received distressing news. Her friend had been killed on the first day of fighting.
My friends died.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's hard.
And I'm scared very well because it is near parents' home.
Yesterday, they were with her. Today, they are trapped in a war. Lucy Manning, BBC News.
European football's governing body is expected to strip St. Petersburg of the Champions League final, which it had been due to host in May. UEFA has called an emergency meeting for tomorrow morning. In a statement, it strongly condemned the attack by Russia. UEFA is also under pressure to address its major sponsorship deal with the Russian energy giant Gazprom. Well, we were telling you that the US President Joe Biden was going to be addressing the nation. He has been speaking about Russia's invasion, and he says it's a flagrant violation of international law, and he's authorizing new sanctions, which he says will have a long-term impact on Russia.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment and positions along the Ukrainian border.
The president there speaking in just the last few minutes. Well, many Ukrainians, they woke up to the sound of air raid, sirens this morning, and the news that their country was being invaded. We've spent the day speaking to some of those living here, and they've been telling us about the explosions they heard and what they've seen. Ukrainian troops burned piles and piles of documents. What they contain, we don't know. But so great is the fear they could fall into Russian hands, they must be destroyed. The enemy is literally at the gates. Not far up the road, Ukrainian armor in a capital city braced for the worst. And in the traffic jam, in every vehicle on this highway, sit families who for weeks had prayed for peace. This is actually the main road out of the capital. That way is Poland, it's Lviv in the west, and you've got the city there. We've got armored personnel carriers here, and a whole line of traffic for as far as the eye can see, trying to get out. The nearby petrol station is doing brisk business in an atmosphere of dread. But while some fear for their lives, others will wait for the moment.
We want to stay in our apartments with our family. We don't want to leave, and we stay in Kyiv.
Are you worried, though, about what's going on?
Of course we worry, because I am wake up like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I listen, and until now I don't believe about this situation, but we will wait.
Also biding their time in an apartment in the heart of the capital. A group of young civil rights activists with dreams for their country. Like Yuri, aged 21, convinced Ukraine can prevail over mighty Russia.
I say we win.
You think you'll win?
Yeah, we win. Ukrainian and Ukrainian army, which Ukrainian government, we win. I believe it.
You'll survive this?
Yeah.
a hopeful assessment. But his friend Artyom isn't so confident.
Are you worried for your life? Are you worried about what could happen?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's scary because it's a war.
A war too close. As we talk, the country's defenders pass by. The hopes of this land, its future, resting on their shoulders. The thoughts there of some of the people that we spoke to today. Let's get some final reflections from our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucet, who's here with me. Lise, my mind goes back to the last few days and weeks of shuttle diplomacy, diplomats flying all over this region to try to bring a peaceful conclusion to all of this. And the feeling is that that was all a sham. It was all a complete waste of time. Vladimir Putin had pretty much decided what he was going to do, and now Europe is engulfed in this conflagration.
Clive, I think what we've seen and heard in tonight's programme is so stark, shocking, even scary. To see those images of Ukrainian warplanes struggling against Russian jets, the reports that Russian forces have taken over the Chernobyl power station. They've taken a major airfield just north of Kiev. It's only an hour and a half from where we are now. And Ukrainians have begun to think the unthinkable. That Western leaders who predicted that President Putin would have Kiev in his sights may be true. And yes, Ukrainian forces will fight with all of the weapons and ammunition that have been arriving here every day for weeks. Yes, they'll fight with the training provided by Western armies. But I'm thinking tonight about what President Zelensky has said time and again, that when it came to this, and we are in this now, it is only Ukraine which will be fighting. And if it does come to Kiev, a city of nearly 3 million people, overwhelmingly pro-European, pro-NATO, what will this war be? It'll be a war between the president and the people. The president of Russia and the people of Ukraine.
Okay, Lise, thank you. Lise Doucet, our chief international correspondent there. We're going to get the latest weather picture now. Stav Danaeus has the details. Hi there, Stav.
Hi there, Clive. Thank you very much. Well, we've had a mixture of everything today. We've had rain, hail, sleet, snow, thunder and lightning, sunshine and also strong winds, all courtesy of low pressure anchored to the north of the UK. Lots of isobars on the charts. We're in a much colder air mass as well. Has felt a lot significantly colder across the country. These weather fronts have been enhancing the snow showers around. So we started off with that early rain across the southeast, some wintry showers England and Wales, good spells of sunshine. But for Scotland, Northern Ireland here, we've seen frequent heavy snow showers, significant accumulation of snow over the Scottish mountains, with thunder and lightning continuing with some of these showers through this evening and for the first part of the night. But you will notice the showers will begin to ease away as a ridge of high pressure starts to build in. There'll be still one or two dotted around, but nowhere near as many as what we've seen over the past 12 hours. Under clear skies, it's going to be quite a chilly night, temperatures of 1 to 6 degrees, but we'll still have quite a wind to stop a significant frost forming. Friday, it's a different story. We've got a ridge of high pressure. It's a chilly start. Lovely sunny day, though, right across the board. It will feel quite spring-like into the afternoon. You can see the strong winds clearing away the tight isobars there, and this ridge of high pressure moving in, which is why the winds will be turning lighter, the showers being killed off, and we'll see plenty of sunshine around. Just a bit of fair weather cloud into the afternoon. This weather front bringing a bit more cloud and patchy rain, maybe stronger winds in towards the west of Scotland, but that really is about it. And it's going to be a little bit warmer as well tomorrow because of more sunshine around, highs of 10 or 11 degrees in the south. It's a good looking picture this weekend for many thanks to this area of high pressure, particularly for England and Wales. This weather front will scrape into the northwest of the country, particularly on Sunday. But a lot of dry weather around on Saturday, particularly for England and Wales. Fine day on Sunday for England and Wales. A bit more cloud, maybe some breeze in the north and the west. Clive and Lise.
Stav, thank you very much indeed for that. So that's it from us here in Kyiv on a dark day for this nation. The day began with the sound of air raid sirens after Vladimir Putin gave an address and started his all-out assault on Ukraine. Missiles were fired with fighting in many parts of the country as troops arrived by air, sea and on land. Explosions could be heard in several cities, and the roads out of the capital Kiev have been jammed with cars as thousands of people have been trying to flee or take refuge in bomb shelters across the city. A night of more turmoil lies ahead. That's it from our extended BBC News at 6 tonight, so it's goodbye from me. And on BBC One, let's join our news teams where you are. Have a very good evening.
You always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that. Number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's your next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read? I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's attacking Ukraine?
Because it will so weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not...
It's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir?
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, well, anyway.
And can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States...
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
And there goes President Biden, having made a statement and taken some questions. He says that Vladimir Putin's goal is to re-establish the Soviet Union. He was asked about sanctioning Vladimir Putin personally and said it's on the table, but wouldn't respond to points from some reporters saying, why don't you do it right now? He talked about a complete rupture in relations between the US and Russia. And interestingly, he declined to comment on China's position on all of this. Let's bring in the BBC's North America editor, Sarah Smith, who's with us from the White House. Sarah, those were just a few things I picked out. I wonder what you would highlight as being the most significant aspect of that.
What you said, and also President Biden's insistence that the purpose of these sanctions is to maximise the long-term pain for Russia whilst trying to minimise any economic consequences in Russia. And this is something that we've heard being stressed today rather than previously, when they hoped that the threat of these sanctions would act as a deterrent to Vladimir Putin. It's pretty clear that they don't think any economic pain that they can inflict on Russia will change much in the short to immediate term. But they want to try to degrade Russia's economy, its ability to produce and use technology, its military technology, to a point where Vladimir Putin will not be able to continue to pursue this kind of aggression against other countries. It's obvious that this is a very long-term strategy now and not something they think is going to turn around the situation on the ground anytime soon.
Well, you highlight the long-term nature of what the president was saying. I'm sure there are viewers with us now who are thinking, but hold on, there's a very short-term and immediate problem, which is that Russian troops are pouring into Ukraine. And what's America going to do about that?
Absolutely, and America has made very clear what it's not going to do about that, and that is not to use any of the thousands of troops they have sent to Poland, Romania and Baltic states to engage in Ukraine or come into conflict with any Russian forces. That is not something that's on the table. We heard President Biden there saying very clearly that if any NATO member is attacked, that will trigger Article 5, which says that an attack on one member state is an attack on all. And in those circumstances, the US obviously would engage, but there is no plan for them to get direct militarily involved in this conflict at the moment. So we hear these sanctions being announced today. There are obviously others still in reserve, including personal sanctions against Putin himself that could be brought to bear if the situation worsens. But beyond these kind of economic measures, it's not clear that the US has any plans that they think could halt this attack on Ukraine.
For the moment, thank you very much indeed. There's our North America editor, Sarah Smith. Now, Ukraine is saying it's trying to fight off a full-scale invasion by these Russian forces. Vladimir Putin launched this assault on Ukraine in the early hours of the morning. The number of overall casualties is unclear, but dozens of military personnel and civilians are reported to have already been killed. First of all, let's hear from the Ukrainian president.
Putin started a war against Ukraine, against the whole democratic world. He wants to destroy my country. He wants to destroy our country, everything we have built, everything we live for.
While announcing the invasion, Vladimir Putin said this.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
Well, the land assault was accompanied by airstrikes that began this morning after President Putin had ordered the attack. This map shows the reported missile strikes and explosions. They've happened close to 8 major cities in Ukraine, including the capital, Kiev. Russia says it's destroyed more than 70 military targets, including 11 airfields. And this is a missile striking Ivano-Frankivsk International Airport in western Ukraine. Those pictures weren't filmed by the BBC, but we have verified them. Then this is at a military airport in the northeast city of Chuhuiv in the early hours of the morning. Then this is Hostomel Airport. This is close to Kiev. This is an air assault operation, we understand. Ukraine said Russian helicopters have been dropping paratroopers there. This footage, which again the BBC has verified, although the source is unknown, shows a Russian military helicopter at that same airport. It's apparently been shot down. And this is details of what the Russians have in their sights.
They are targeting mainly military institutions. They are targeting weapon storages, and they have been targeting the airports. They have been targeting primarily the military airports.
Just a further update on the number of people who have died. We can see in the last few minutes, Ukraine's health ministry has said 57 people have died and 169 people have been wounded. That's the Ukrainian health minister. Now, after these airstrikes came, the land invasion followed. Russian troops entered Ukraine from a number of directions, including south from the border with Belarus and north from the annexed peninsula of Crimea. Our correspondent in Kiev reports that they were able to make rapid progress. And in the last hour, Ukraine has said Russia has captured the former nuclear power plant at Chernobyl. There's also reported fighting on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev. This video appears to show Russian military helicopters flying north of Kiev and firing towards the ground. Our correspondent Paul Adams is in the city. He reports that it's clear that Russian paratroopers have been in control of the Antonov air base. It's around 15 to 20 miles outside Kiev. Paul goes on, and that Ukraine says it has launched a counter-offensive. Well, next I want to play you what we heard from our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, a little earlier in the capital.
In this year, 2022, the most advanced of intelligence, the worst of warnings, the most intensive of diplomacy couldn't make President Putin blink. International norms are being shattered. The architecture of all our lives, and a siren to remind you that war has come to Kiev, in a European capital, in a city that is going right round the world. And if that feels shattering, what is happening in terms of what governs all our lives, think about the lives of tens of millions of Ukrainians shattered. Think if you're a family wondering about your children's safety. You've got your suitcase packed. What are you going to do?
This leads in Kiev, and with attacks coming from a range of different directions, this was a statement from Ukraine's defense minister, who said Ukrainian defense has not collapsed. The Ukrainian army took the fight. Ukraine stands with both feet on the ground and continues to defend itself. Now, the Ukrainian military claims to have shot down at least 6 Russian aircraft, though the BBC is not able to confirm that. The footage we're about to see is verified, but the source is unknown. It shows Russian helicopters being shot at by Ukrainian forces around Vyshhorod city. You can see flares being used here. Now, some Ukrainians are staying put. Some say they're willing to fight, like this man.
It's only one way to serve our country, our children, our mothers, and defend our country from Russian occupation. And we will fight all day.
Well, the authorities in Kiev have now announced a citywide curfew, and as those sirens went off there, people were advised to seek shelter. Some, like these people, took refuge in metro stations in the city. Our reporter there, Nick Beak, went to speak to some of them.
Well, this feels like one of the safest places in the city today, not just because there are lots of soldiers about, but because the metro is doubling up as a bomb shelter. And overnight, families have come down here. They're trying to follow the news of what's happening, and they're trying to work out what they're going to do next.
2-year-old Yegor is still smiling, but his mum and dad are worried.
8 bombs.
8 bombs?
8 bombs.
At Borisopol?
In Borisopol.
Really?
The war started. Strach za rебенка. I'm very, very scared for my boy, Alexander says.
Well, those are people in a metro station in Kiev. Let me show you the scene on the roads out of the city. As you can see, lines of traffic as people try to get out. People are, of course, preparing for what may come. The next thing to show you is from the eastern city of Mariupol. There were early morning explosions, and you can see long lines of people who are trying to withdraw money. There have also been long queues for fuel. Again, this is Mariupol, and fuel queues have been seen in a range of different places. This is the southern port city of Odessa, where more attacks took place. Well, Ukraine says Russian military vehicles entered from multiple directions, including from occupied Crimea and from neighbouring Belarus. These pictures are from just north of Crimea. A column of destroyed and abandoned tanks can be seen. And then in the east of Ukraine, fierce fighting has been reported on the borders of Donetsk and Luhansk. These are the breakaway regions run by Russia-backed separatists. Russian forces are said to have attacked a hospital in the Donetsk region, killing 4 people. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford is there.
Ukrainian forces have been battling pro-Russian, Russian-backed forces for the past 8 years and kept that line pretty much in place. Now those militias are backed by the Russian army. We know that they've rolled into some areas of the Donbass, and we know that there is some heavy fighting going on along the contact line, as it's known, to the south of where I am now. We know there have been civilians killed today in one area, and that there's, as I say, heavy fighting in several places. So people here back a little way from the front line are worried about what that means. They're worried about an advance by Russian troops. They're worried about the fighting coming to their doorstep.
Well, thousands of people are already fleeing Ukraine. The UN High Commissioner for Refugees has estimated that more than 100,000 people have left their homes. Poland is setting up reception points for refugees. This is in a place called Medyka on Ukraine's border with Poland. One person there described what it felt like to leave.
It's not crisis, it's war, it's disgusting. And I feel that it's like, you stay on the ground and you feel that this ground, just, you see the cracks on the ground. And it feels like, so my family stays in Lviv, and I feel like, I don't know when I will see them. I don't know if any of them will die, or my friends will die, or anything like that. Like, if there will be a bombing of civilian buildings or not. Like, do they close the borders? Just unknown. That's what scares me the most.
Well, there's been near universal condemnation around the world of what Russia is doing, with Western governments escalating their sanctions against Moscow. We heard from President Biden a few minutes ago. European leaders and the defence alliance NATO have also been commenting. Here's NATO's chief, Jens Stoltenberg.
Russia has attacked Ukraine. This is a brutal act of war. Our thoughts are with the brave people of Ukraine. Sadly, what we have warned against for months has come to pass. despite all calls on Russia to change course and tireless efforts to seek a diplomatic solution. Peace on our continent has been shattered. We now have war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history.
Well, that's NATO. Next is the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen. She was at the same briefing.
We will hold Russia accountable for this outrageous violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the territorial integrity. And what is at stake is not just Donbass, it's not just Ukraine. What is at stake is the stability of Europe and the whole international order, our peace order. President Putin chose to bring war back to Europe. In a determined and united response, the European Union will make it as difficult as possible for the Kremlin to pursue its aggressive actions.
Now, one of those who spent an awful lot of time trying to persuade Vladimir Putin against an invasion was the French President, Emmanuel Macron. This has been his reaction today.
By breaking his word, by refusing the diplomatic route, by choosing war, President Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, he's decided to flout the sovereignty of Ukraine. He's decided to carry out the most serious attack on peace and stability in our Europe for decades.
So we've heard from the EU, we've heard from NATO, we've heard from France, and speaking in the last hour, we've heard from the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He's reiterated his appeal to President Putin to stop this military operation and take his forces back into Russia.
We know the toll of war. With death rising, we are seeing images of fear, anguish and terror in every corner of Ukraine. People, everyday innocent people, always pay the highest price. That is why the United Nations is scaling up our humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. Today, I'm announcing that we will immediately allocate $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to meet urgent needs.
Well, that's the United Nations. Next, let's hear from the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He had this to say in a televised address to the British people.
This act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine. It's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world.
Mr. Johnson went on to announce what he said was the largest and most severe package of sanctions against Russian businesses, including banks.
With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
That's in the House of Commons in London. These pictures are coming from Brussels, where an emergency summit of EU leaders is getting underway to draw up new EU sanctions against Russia. We're expecting them to target industry, finance, exports and oligarchs, especially those close to President Putin. Now, you may have seen that press conference a little bit earlier from President Biden. He was asked whether he wanted to comment on China's comments today, and he declined. He said, I'm not talking about that now. Well, China has offered Russia what we could call nuanced support. Beijing says it understands what it calls Moscow's legitimate security concerns, and a foreign ministry spokesperson repeatedly refused to describe the invasion as an invasion.
You are using a typical Western questioning method, using the word invasion. China is closely monitoring the latest situation. We call on all sides to exercise restraint to prevent the situation from getting out of control.
That's China. Next, let's hear from Japan. Its Prime Minister said this after meeting his National Security Council. He went, the latest Russian invasion shakes the foundation of the international order, which does not permit unilateral attempts to change the status quo. Japan has announced further sanctions targeting Russia and those two separatist Ukrainian regions, which have been recognised as independent by Moscow. From Japan to Australia, it's announced a second phase of sanctions, again targeting Russia. Here's its Prime Minister.
The Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs, Senator Birmingham, has completed the
process of applying sanctions to an additional 25 persons. This includes army commanders, deputy defence ministers and Russian mercenaries who have been responsible for the unprovoked and unacceptable aggression, and 4 entities involved in the development and sale of military technology and weapons.
So we had reaction there from Australia, from Japan, from China. Let's go much, much closer to Ukraine now and look at its Baltic neighbours who, as you would imagine, were very quick to react. Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania are all members of the NATO Defence Alliance. This was the message from Estonia's Prime Minister.
In Estonia, we're going to help Ukraine with all the means that we can, political support, but also practical support, also defense weaponry that we can send to Ukraine. And of course, we must do everything on EU's and NATO's level to, this aggression not to expand.
Well, Lithuania, again, a member of NATO, borders Belarus, from where some of the Russian troops went into Ukraine. It's now imposing a 2-week state of emergency. Here's the country's president.
Today, I am signing a decree imposing the state of emergency, which Lithuania's parliament will approve at an extraordinary session. After assessing the new circumstances, we have to put legal measures in place, first of all, to strengthen our external security.
So one question is whether NATO will have a military response. Its Secretary-General has reiterated that the group has no plans to send troops into Ukraine, which, as you can see, is not a member of the NATO alliance. But many of its neighbours, apart from Belarus and Russia, are. And the NATO chief set out how the group plans to go about protecting them.
We are increasing our presence in the eastern part of the alliance. And today we activated NATO's defence plans that gives our military commanders more authority to move forces and to deploy forces when needed. And of course, this could also be elements of the NATO response force. So we are ready, we are adjusting our posture, but what we do is defensive, is measured, and we don't see confrontation. We want to prevent the conflict and any attack against any NATO allied country.
And we'll continue our coverage in a couple of minutes' time.
It's been a cold day with frequent wintry showers, even some sleet in the south of the country during the afternoon on Thursday. We can look forward to a much calmer day with lighter winds and more sunshine on Friday, although the morning's going to be a little on the nippy side. Now here's our radar, and this is the extent of the wintry showers across Scotland. You can see where the white is, that's where it's been snowing. A few wintry showers further south as well. Still very blustery through this evening, gusts of wind in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour, but the winds will start to ease as we go through the course of the night. And this is because high pressure is building in from the southwest. When high pressure builds, things tend to settle down, the showers become less frequent, we have clearing skies, and the temperatures drop as well. So I think widespread frosts to come across more northern parts of the UK. In the south, just that a little bit less cold, 4 or 5 degrees. Now here's that high pressure on Friday building in from the southwest. Notice that there is a weather front and low pressure to the north. That will come close to us. It will brush the very far northwest of the British Isles, but generally speaking, it is a fine day on Friday. There might be 1 or 2 showers around in the morning, but they should quickly fade. And then for England and Wales, it's sunshine all round, very decent weather in eastern Scotland. Decent enough, I think, in Belfast, but you can see here in the Western Isles and certainly for the Outer Hebrides, it could be pretty cloudy and wet at times. Temperatures are not desperately low, but around about 9 to 11 degrees. So high pressure is dominating the weather across many western and central parts of Europe. It's also driving our weather here in the UK, but we're just on the edge of that high pressure, which means that the weather fronts and the low pressures tend to sort of go around that area of high pressure. And here, I think, always more breezy, always a bit more cloud, whereas further east and south, the better the weather will be. But overall, Saturday is looking dry and bright at the very least for most of us, with temperatures of around 12 degrees in the south, 10 degrees in Aberdeen. And then on Sunday, it looks as though we're in for another fine day across most parts of the country. But come Monday, I think it will cloud over. One of these weather fronts will come in and bring some outbreaks of rain. You can see the rain here on Monday in some of the towns and cities. Bye-bye.
He wants tomorrow's news today. She's broadening her horizons. He's growing his knowledge. They're searching for expert opinions. She's dying for a lively discussion. He's taking stock of the situation. She wants to dive deeper. They just need a conversation starter. Everyone's news all in one place. The Papers, weeknights at 10:45 and 11:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Step into the future,
I would look into this, and I'm not going to be frightened of it.
where everyday conditions are explored like never before.
Let's flip the visors down.
Wow, that's amazing.
These are your breaths.
Your body uncovered. With Kate Garraway. Starts Wednesday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
And one person who's not sitting is Carol.
What is your message to people like that this morning? Is that your position now?
That BBC Breakfast, I take that all day.
BBC Breakfast. Join us on the best seat in the house.
Hello, I'm Ros Atkins. Welcome back to Outside Source. Western leaders uniting to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
The Russian onslaught began just before dawn with an offensive by land, sea, air, and a barrage of missiles on multiple targets. Then, with Russian attack helicopters and fighter jets, they homed in on Ukrainian army positions. Vladimir Putin had this warning for anyone trying to stand in his way.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
We've seen long queues in Kiev outside banks and also traffic jams as people try and get out of the capital. The G7 group of rich countries has agreed on what it calls a devastating package of sanctions targeting Russian individuals and businesses.
At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas.
That's in London. In Brussels, EU leaders are holding an emergency summit to draw up new European sanctions against Russia. Let's just reiterate what we heard from the Ukrainian health minister a few minutes ago, saying 57 people have been killed and 169 have been wounded since Russia began its invasion. Ukraine has categorized what's happening as a full-scale invasion by Russian forces, and this began early in the morning after Vladimir Putin gave the order for it to begin. Let's recap on what's happened. At around 6 a.m. Russian time, President Putin announced a special military operation in Ukraine's east, aimed at what he called the demilitarization and the denazification of Ukraine. That is the man responsible for foreign intelligence for Russia in an earlier meeting with Vladimir Putin. Then we saw missile strikes reported on a number of Ukrainian military targets in the early hours. Explosions could be heard in several cities and in the capital, Kiev. Blasts have now been reported elsewhere as well. Then the land invasion got underway. Russian tanks and troops advanced from Ukraine's east, from its south, from the annexed peninsula of Crimea, and from the north, from neighbouring Belarus. The BBC's international correspondent Orla Guerin has the latest from the front line in eastern Ukraine.
The dawn of a frightening new era in Europe. Kiev, a city of 3 million, awoke to sirens and a Russian invasion. Soon, a panicked exodus from the Ukrainian capital as the EU spoke of one of the darkest hours since World War II.
The
And darkened skies as Russian attack helicopters targeted a military airport outside Kyiv. Ukraine says several were shot down. The invasion was by air, sea and land. President Putin making the extraordinary claim that it was to rid this democratic country of Nazis.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its aim is to protect people who have been subjected to tortures and genocide from the Kiev regime for 8 years. To do this, we will be aiming at demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
This was Russia's protection in action in cities across the country. Unverified images from Ukraine's northern and southern borders appeared to show Moscow's forces streaming in. Ukraine's beleaguered President Volodymyr Zelensky appealed for blood donations and said this was an all-out attack.
What do we hear today? It's not just rocket explosions, combat and the roar of aircraft. This is the sound of a new Iron Curtain, lowering and closing Russia away from the civilized world. Our national task is to make this curtain not on our territory, but in the homes of Russians.
From early morning in eastern Ukraine, we found queues at ATMs. Now there is war, people want cash in their pockets and fear it may run short. Like many here, Natalia is trying to comprehend what has befallen Ukraine, trying to work out how to protect her 2-year-old Karina.
We're shocked. We're totally shocked. We are afraid for our children, for our families.
Are you thinking about trying to move?
I don't know, I just don't know. Where can I go? We don't know where to go. Who will have us? Nobody, nowhere is waiting for us.
More queues at the petrol stations. Many want to be ready for whatever may come. Like Andrei, who felt the explosions overnight.
I heard it clearly. The earth was really shaking. So we got up and now we are waiting for fuel. We will buy some so we can be mobile in case all communications are cut. We have to prepare. What else can we do?
And where to run to as Russia does this. A missile strike on an airport in western Ukraine. And here the aftermath of another strike on a block of flats in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. Innocent civilians not safe in their own homes. Missile fragments now on display in the playground. In the battle for Ukraine, Russia is controlling the skies. Here, Ukrainian forces try to bring down helicopters, but they are outgunned. They've been suffering losses. We don't know how many. This nation is now under sustained attack. A day has changed everything, and not just for Ukraine.
While Western sanctions against Russia have been swift, some were introduced before the invasion, more have now followed. We're going to spend the next few minutes looking at how the Russians are being targeted, including those oligarchs with ties to President Putin. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Troops are crossing the border from occupied Crimea, missiles have struck the capital, Kiev, and airports are under attack. This is days after Putin recognised the independence of breakaway regions in Ukraine. And this week, and in recent years, sanctions are central to how the West responds to Putin. Here's one example.
We are sanctioning 3 very high net worth individuals, Gennady Timchenko, Boris Rottenberg and Igor Rottenberg.
Boris Johnson calls them Putin's cronies. Certainly they're very rich. Gennady Timchenko is worth an estimated $22 billion. And Bill Browder, who was once the largest foreign investor in Russia, argues that to target them makes sense.
Everybody who knows Russia properly, knows Putin properly, all know what will stop him from doing terrible things, and that's going after his money. And to go after his money, you go after the 50 top oligarchs.
These oligarchs amassed huge wealth in the 90s. As the Soviet Union broke apart, state assets were given to new companies. And in exchange for funding politicians, these men got shares in those companies. They also, as the FT puts it, got unfettered access to the corridors of power. And in some cases, their wealth directly connected to Putin. The Times reports that while in a role in St. Petersburg, Putin granted Timchenko an export license and the oil man went on to co-found Gunvor. By 2007, around 30% of Russian oil exports went through that company, it reports. And these personal connections remain. Here's Timchenko at Putin's birthday in 2019. Or there's Boris Rottenberg. He's a childhood friend of Putin and co-owns a vast construction company. The Times tells us they attended judo training and are known to still spar. The third person named by Boris Johnson, well, that's Boris Rottenberg's nephew, Igor Rottenberg. He controls a drilling company. The Telegraph reports he is said to be Putin's judo partner. The UK says he has strategic significance to Putin. And this is what these new sanctions mean in practice.
Any assets they hold in the UK will be frozen. The individuals concerned will be banned from travelling here. And we will prohibit all UK individuals and entities from having any dealings with them.
These are three examples. Other oligarchs are also being targeted, as well as major Russian companies like Aeroflot and Russian banks too. Here's Boris Johnson again.
These powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
Bill Browder, though, argues that to be effective, sanctions need to be even more comprehensive.
We know many oligarchs who are totally untouched, who live in London, who hold Putin's money, who should be sanctioned, and none of them have been touched.
London is definitely part of the story. In 2008, the Labour government in the UK introduced what became known as a golden visa. This offered residency in return for large investments, and over 2,500 wealthy Russians took up the chance.
Their children go to universities in the UK, go to schools in the UK, enjoy the luxuries, if you like, that the United Kingdom and Western countries offer.
The scheme was scrapped last week, but of course, Russian money in London remains.
There is £1.5 billion worth of property and other assets which is linked to the Kremlin regime or to prominent Russians who have known involvement in corruption cases.
To this, the opposition Labour Party says not enough has been done.
We have failed to stop the flow of illicit Russian finance into Britain. A cottage industry does the bidding of those linked to Putin.
That's Labour. Boris Johnson has led the Conservatives since 2019. They've been in power for 12 years. And the Prime Minister sees it differently to the opposition.
I don't think any government could conceivably be doing more to root out corrupt Russian money.
But Mr Johnson does have more plans. 6 years after the Conservatives first promised it, the Prime Minister wants to introduce a new register of ownership.
We're making sure that we open up the Russian doll of property ownership, of company ownership in London and see who's behind everything.
This is the targeting of individuals. Russia as a country has also been targeted this week and previously. Back in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. It supported separatists in eastern Ukraine as well, and sanctions followed. They had an impact. While the global economy has grown on average 2.3% a year, for Russia the figure is 0.3%. Sanctions have cost Russia an estimated $50 billion a year. Russia, though, has taken measures to lessen the impact. Nonetheless, after this week's invasion, once again the West has taken aim at its wealth.
These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war.
These sanctions involve freezing Russian assets in the European Union and blocking banks from accessing Europe's financial market. The question is, can any of this influence Putin's intentions? History suggests this will be difficult.
He appears not to be afraid of sanctions or worried about them. Sanctions that we've applied in the past have always slipped over time. You know, people were sanctioned and then they got fake passports and they got around it.
And the West will be acutely aware that sanctions have not prevented a moment that the European Union describes in these terms.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country.
And as we listen to that, think back to what President Biden said on Tuesday.
We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Without fighting, though, you're left with sanctions. But Putin's authority rests on a corrupt system of wealth and power that is 30 years in the making. He has nuclear weapons too. It's not certain that sanctions alone can change his course. Well, next, let's look at the financial fallout from this invasion. Markets around the world have slumped, with companies exposed to Russia seeing the heaviest losses, as you would imagine. This was the New York Stock Exchange as US trading began a few hours ago. The key Dow Jones index fell around 2.5% at the opening. That was mirrored by sharp falls on other world equity markets. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel. That's their highest in 8 years. This was Brent crude a short while ago. Russia is currently the second biggest exporter of crude oil after Saudi Arabia, and it's also the world's largest exporter of natural gas. As you'd imagine, there's concern that disruption to Russia's energy exports could push prices still further. Here's the assessment of one analyst.
We have an incredibly tight market, and the question is, where does that next barrel come from? It now looks more difficult as there will be sanctions against Russia as to where that will come from. And how will OPEC Plus deal with Russia now that we have a full-blown war?
Well, in Moscow, trading on the stock exchange was suspended for a period after a reopening. The RTS index plunged by around 40%. That's its biggest ever one-day percentage decline. The ruble plummeted to a record low against the dollar. Well, let's bring in the BBC's New York business correspondent, Michelle Fleury. Michelle, dramatic shifts that we're seeing. I guess we should also say we need to wait a little because we've seen shifts before with other stories which, in the end, become smaller shifts over time.
Look, I think we're already seeing that today. If you look at the US markets, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, when it opened, was down 800 points, which is about 2%. Now it's pretty much clawed back a lot of that. It's only down 1%, 300 points. And the S&P 500, again, was down 2.5% at open. Now it's pretty much flat. Some of this, I think, is in part to do with the sanctions that are being imposed. The fact that you're seeing the US and its allies taking a ratcheting up approach towards sanctions, the fact that it's not happening as severely or as quickly as possible, I guess investors are assuming means it will have perhaps less of a severe impact on the global economy. And that is partly what you're seeing, that reality Joe Biden kind of acknowledging in his press conference, the fact that it will cause a lot of pain, particularly to some European countries, as well as, of course, the intended target, Russia. And that is why they're kind of holding back on some of their most severe sanction options at the moment.
Is there a possibility that by trying to hurt Russia and its businesses, American businesses could get caught up in that?
Well, look, I think if you do business with Russia right now in America, you're busy going through all of your operations trying to assess how exposed are you. So, for example, we know that there is a kind of a stop at the moment on transfer of technology. In other words, experts of sort of high technology to make sure that none of this lands in the hands of sort of Russian defense companies and others. That obviously is going to affect possibly semiconductor companies. It could also, on the flip side, though, benefit some American companies. And I think that's why you're seeing that reversal. If you look at the NASDAQ, which tends to kind of trade more heavily in technology stocks, investors sensing some opportunities as well as obviously the kind of the downside. And that also shows why you're seeing in Europe the markets there affected in a way far more negatively than in the United States, because ultimately it is going to be European countries and companies that bear sort of the spillover effects of these attempts to kind of target Russia.
Michelle, thank you very much indeed. There's Michelle with the latest from New York. Well, this Thursday, Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered this invasion of Ukraine. The onslaught, as we've been discussing, began just before dawn, began with a barrage of Russian missiles on multiple targets across Ukraine. This moment had been building for several months. Concerns had been repeatedly raised, not least by the NATO military alliance. This is the Secretary General of NATO in November.
In recent weeks, we have seen large and unusual concentrations of Russian forces close to Ukraine's borders.
And then this is the US Secretary of State in December.
We're deeply concerned by evidence that Russia has made plans for significant aggressive moves against Ukraine. The plans include efforts to destabilize Ukraine from within, as well as large-scale military operations.
At the time, Moscow called these fears alarmist. Also in December, President Putin raised questions about security along its border with Ukraine, but there was no mention of its intentions of invading the country. At the end of January, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said, "We don't want a war." And Russia has maintained that stance throughout, even when asked directly about a potential invasion.
Because we're not going to invade any country.
That's your word on that. It's not going
Take
to
my word. We don't have an intention. Of course, the important thing is not to provoke Russia into changing its mind.
That same question was put to Russia's ambassador to the US on Sunday, the day before Vladimir Putin ordered his troops into eastern Ukraine.
There is no innovation and there is no such plans.
Throughout, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Russia called Western claims of a war with Ukraine hysteria. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said, "Today we mark another day of the start of war with Ukraine, which did not happen again, to the Western media outlets' regret, no matter how hard they whip up the hysteria." That was earlier this month. The story today, of course, is very different.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its goal is to protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide for the last 8 years. And for this, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
Well, it's not just denials about the invasion. There's a huge amount of disinformation being put online, much of it promoted by Russia supporting accounts. Russian state media has done a lot of the groundwork for this. As the news website Axios says, Russian state media has pivoted from accusing the West of hysterical warnings about a non-existent invasion to pumping out minute-by-minute coverage of the tensions. That pivot started last week, with Russian state media beginning to falsely claim it was Ukraine which was planning to invade, ordering evacuations from separatist areas. Russia accused Ukraine of shelling in eastern Ukraine. That's not what was happening on the ground, though. To remind you, Ukraine has never opened any such fire, and there are no orders to liberate our territories by force. This information war, though, isn't new.
So Russian media outlets have let's say, a tradition of producing content like this, actually trying to portray Ukraine and Ukrainian army in the negative way. It's been happening since 2014, when actually the military conflict broke out in eastern Ukraine.
Now, BBC Reality Check says Russia is waging an information war, that Russian media has a history of promoting emotive content and questionable claims that portray Ukraine in a negative light. Research from NewsGuard, which is a misinformation firm, says the most common false narratives being propagated by Russian state media are that Ukrainian politics is dominated by Nazi ideology. The other is that ethnic Russians in eastern Ukraine have been subjected to genocide. And when ordering the invasion, President Putin repeated these falsehoods. He said Russia will aim for demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. He said his goal is to protect people who have been subjected to abuse and genocide by the regime in Kiev. Well, since Russia invaded, our disinformation team has been looking at manipulated and fake videos and images as well that are being posted online. This image claimed to show Russian troops hoisting a flag on a public building in Kharkiv. It's false. It's from 2014 and not from this current conflict. This is manipulated. It's a video of Beirut in 2020 and it claims to show a Russian airstrike in Ukraine, but it doesn't. Well, Kayleen Devlin is a BBC disinformation reporter. Kayleen, you're with us. Help us understand some of the techniques you're using to sift through what's true and what's not.
So there are lots of videos circulating on social media that claim to show what's happening in Ukraine now. And of course, a lot of this footage is genuine, but some clips that are racking up hundreds of thousands of views are actually old or not even related to Ukraine. You've just mentioned one from Beirut. So some of the, I suppose, when you're looking at footage in a highly emotive context, it's always good to be extra cautious with it. So one of the things that we're doing is we're doing reverse image searches. So the example that you mentioned from Kharkiv from 2014, a very simple Google reverse image search shows you that that was circulating in 2014, even though it was being shared now. Also reliable sources, there's the BBC, of course, and fact checkers who are doing the work, geolocating things on Twitter. And I suppose if you're unsure about anything, then just don't share it. But I'd say the main things that we're doing are like reverse image searching, geolocating. And as I said to you, we're seeing lots of things that are genuine, but also some things that aren't.
And Kayleen, is it your perception that these are being generated by individuals, or that there is a more conscious state-sponsored effort to push this kind of information out?
Well, I think at least some of them are being shared with malicious intent to misrepresent what's happening in Ukraine and sow panic. But lots of clips that we've seen today, especially, seem to be posted by people who simply didn't check them first. So one example that we saw is a clip which was uploaded to TikTok about a month ago, apparently showing a lightning strike hitting a power station in Mariupol. But some people have mistakenly shared that today, representing it as recent events that have happened in Ukraine. So I think it's difficult to say whether it's Russian disinformation or whether it's people who are just not checking the content. And I'd say a lot of what we've seen today has been people who have been sharing it and perhaps not checking it first. But I'd say prior to that, we saw more coordinated attempts with false flags and various allegedly staged content.
Kayleen, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. There's Kayleen Devlin, our disinformation reporter. So, of course, we'll continue on Outside Source in the next hour to bring you all of the very latest on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, plus the world's response to what Vladimir Putin is doing.
It's been a cold day with frequent wintry showers, even some sleet in the south of the country during the afternoon on Thursday. We can look forward to a much calmer day with lighter winds and more sunshine on Friday, although the morning's going to be a little on the nippy side. Now here's our radar, and this is the extent of the wintry showers across Scotland. You can see where the white is, that's where it's been snowing. A few wintry showers further south as well. Still very blustery through this evening, gusts of wind in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour, but the winds will start to ease as we go through the course of the night. And this is because high pressure is building in from the southwest. When high pressure builds, things tend to settle down. The showers become less frequent. We have clearing skies and the temperatures drop as well. So I think widespread frosts to come across more northern parts of the UK. In the south, just that a little bit less cold, 4 or 5 degrees. Now here's that high pressure on Friday building in from the southwest. Notice that there is a weather front and low pressure to the north. That will come close to us. It will brush the very far northwest of the British Isles, but generally speaking, it is a fine day on Friday. There might be 1 or 2 showers around in the morning, but they should quickly fade. And then for England and Wales, it's sunshine all round, very decent weather in eastern Scotland. Decent enough, I think, in Belfast, but you can see here in the Western Isles and certainly for the Outer Hebrides, it could be pretty cloudy and wet at times. Temperatures are not desperately low, but around about 9 to 11 degrees. So high pressure is dominating the weather across many western and central parts of Europe. It's also driving our weather here in the UK, but we're just on the edge of that high pressure, which means that the weather fronts and the low pressures tend to sort of go around that area of high pressure. And here, I think, always more breezy, always a bit more cloud, whereas further east and south, the better the weather will be. But overall, Saturday is looking dry and bright at the very least for most of us, with temperatures of around 12 degrees in the south, 10 degrees in Aberdeen. And then on Sunday, it looks as though we're in for another fine day across most parts of the country. But come Monday, I think it will cloud over. One of these weather fronts will come in and bring some outbreaks of rain. And you can see the rain here on Monday in some of the towns and cities. Bye-bye.
Step into the future,
I'm going to look into this and I'm not going to be frightened of it.
where everyday conditions are explored like never before.
Let's flip the visors down. Wow, that's amazing. These are your breaths.
Your body uncovered. With Kate Garraway. Starts Wednesday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
And one person who's not sitting is Carol.
What is your message to people like that this morning? Is that your position now?
That BBC Breakfast, I take that all day.
BBC Breakfast. Join us on the best seat in the house.
Hello, I'm Ros Atkins. This is Outside Source. Western leaders are uniting to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
The Russian onslaught began just before dawn with an offensive by land, sea, air, and then a barrage of missiles on multiple targets too. Then, with Russian attack helicopters and fighter jets homing in on the Ukrainian army, Vladimir Putin had this warning.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
We're seeing long queues in Kiev outside banks. We're seeing traffic jams as well as some people try and get out of the city. Meanwhile, the G7 group of rich countries has agreed on what it's calling a devastating package of sanctions targeting Russian individuals and businesses.
At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas.
We'll also bring you the latest from Brussels, where EU leaders are holding an emergency summit to draw up their response to what's happened. While Russian forces have launched a major assault on Ukraine, firing missiles on cities and on military targets, President Biden in the last hour or so has joined other world leaders in condemning the attack. This is some of what he said.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
Well, in the past hour, Ukraine has said that it's seeking an urgent Human Rights Council session at the United Nations. Ukraine's health ministry has announced that 57 people have been killed today and 169 have been wounded. This is the Ukrainian president.
Putin started a war against Ukraine, against the whole democratic world. He wants to destroy my country. He wants to destroy our country, everything we have built, everything we live for.
While announcing the invasion, Vladimir Putin went on Russian TV and said this.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
Well, airstrikes began this morning after President Putin ordered the attack. This map shows the reported missile strikes and explosions. They happened near to 8 major cities, including the capital, Kiev. Russia says it's destroyed more than 70 military targets, including 11 airfields. For example, this is a missile striking Ivano-Frankivsk International Airport in western Ukraine. These pictures have not been filmed by the BBC, but we have verified them. This is at a military airport in the northeast city of Chuhuiv in the early hours of the morning. Then this is Hostomel Airport. This is close to Kiev. We're seeing here an air assault operation. Ukraine says Russian helicopters have been dropping paratroopers to the ground. And this footage, which the BBC has verified, although the source is unknown, shows a Russian military helicopter at that same airport. It's apparently been shot down. And here is what the Russians are looking to hit.
They're targeting mainly military institutions. They're targeting weapon storages, and they have been targeting the airports. They have been targeting primarily the military airports.
Well, after the airstrikes came, the land invasion followed. Russian troops entered Ukraine from a number of directions, from Belarus to the north, from the south, from the annexed Crimea Peninsula. Our correspondent in Kiev reports those troops were making rapid progress. In the last hour or so, Ukraine says Russia has captured the former nuclear power plant at Chernobyl. We also know there's fighting on the outskirts of the capital, Kiev. It's happening here, the Antonov Air Base, which is around 30 kilometres outside Kiev. BBC correspondents say Russian paratroopers have been in control of the airbase since landing there this morning. And we've just heard from Ukrainian officials that fighting is still going on around that airbase. This video appears to show Russian military helicopters flying north of the city and firing on the ground. And I also wanted to show you this from a little bit earlier when our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, was on air in Kiev.
In this year, 2022, the most advanced of intelligence, the worst of warnings, the most intensive of diplomacy couldn't make President Putin blink. International norms are being shattered. The architecture of all our lives, and a siren to remind you that war has come to Kiev, in a European capital, in a city that is going right round the world. And if that feels shattering, what is happening in terms of what governs all our lives, think about the lives of tens of millions of Ukrainians shattered. Think if you're a family wondering about your children's safety. You've got your suitcase packed. What are you going to do?
Well, with attacks on all sides, we also heard from Ukraine's defence minister saying a Ukrainian defence has not collapsed. Ukrainian army took the fight. Ukraine stands with both feet on the ground and continues to defend itself. The Ukrainian military claims to have shot down at least 6 Russian aircraft, though the BBC can't confirm that. This footage, though, is verified, though we don't know the source. It shows Russian helicopters being shot at by Ukrainian forces close to Vyshhorod city. You can see those flares being used. Now, some Ukrainians are trying to leave their homes. Others are staying exactly where they are. And some say they will be prepared to fight, like this man.
It's only one way to serve our country, our children, our mothers, and defend our country from Russian occupation. And we will fight all day.
Now, Kiev has announced a citywide curfew, and as those sirens were being heard in Kiev, people were being advised to seek shelter, and some headed to take refuge in metro stations in the city. Our reporter, Nick Beak, went to speak to some of them.
Well, this feels like one of the safest places in the city today, not just because there are lots of soldiers about, but because the metro is doubling up as a bomb shelter. And overnight, families have come down here. They're trying to follow the news of what's happening, and they're trying to work out what they're going to do next.
2-year-old Yegor is still smiling, but his mum and dad are worried.
8 bombs.
8 bombs?
8 bombs.
At Borisovol?
In Borisovol.
Really?
This is a war start.
A що відчуваєте?
Страх за ребенка.
I'm very, very scared for my boy, Alexander says.
I also want to show you pictures on the roads out of Kiev. Look at these traffic jams as hundreds and hundreds of people try and flee the city. People are, as you'd imagine, preparing for what's to come. Also, these pictures are from the eastern city of Mariupol. There were early explosions there early in the morning. As you can see, there are long lines of people trying to withdraw money from ATMs. There have also been long queues for fuel. Again, this is Mariupol, and fuel queues have been seen in a number of different places. This is the southern port city of Odessa. Again, there were attacks there earlier too. Now, Ukraine says Russian military vehicles entered from multiple directions, including from occupied Crimea to the south and from neighbouring Belarus to the north. These pictures are from just north of Crimea. As you can see, a column of tanks has been destroyed and abandoned. And then in eastern Ukraine, fierce fighting has been reported on the borders of Donetsk and Luhansk. Now, those are crucial to this story because those are the two breakaway regions controlled by Russia-backed separatists, which Vladimir Putin has acknowledged as independent states. Reports there say the Russians have attacked a hospital in the Donetsk region, killing 4 people. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford is nearby.
Ukrainian forces have been battling pro-Russian, Russian-backed forces for the past 8 years and kept that line pretty much in place. Now those militias are backed by the Russian army. We know that they've rolled into some areas of the Donbass, and we know that there is some heavy fighting going on along the contact line, as it's known, to the south of where I am now. We know there have been civilians killed today in one area, and that there's, as I say, heavy fighting in several places. So people here back a little way from the front line are worried about what that means. They're worried about an advance by Russian troops. They're worried about the fighting coming to their doorstep.
Now, I'm just seeing the Ukrainian foreign minister has been giving a statement. He says Ukraine is holding ground, but we need the world to help us. But to be clear, both NATO and the US have been explicit. They will not be getting involved in the military conflict inside Ukraine's borders. So unless that changes, help will not be coming in the form of a direct military intervention. I can also see here that the Ukrainian defense minister says the Kremlin is preparing a new wave of attacks, including airstrikes. So that's the Ukrainians claiming that. We don't have that from the Russians, as you would imagine, and we're not able to confirm those plans. But the Ukrainians suspect a new wave of attacks are being planned. We'll have to see what the night brings. But already thousands of Ukrainians have seen and heard enough. They're fleeing their country. This is a place called Medyka. It's on Ukraine's border with Poland. You can see some refugees arriving there. One of them described what it felt like to leave.
It's not crisis, it's war. It's disgusting. And I feel that it's like, you know, you stay on the ground and you feel that this ground just, you see the cracks on the ground. And it feels like, so my family stays in Lviv, and I feel like, I don't know when I will see them. You know, I don't know if any of them will die, or my friends will die, or anything like that. Like, if there will be a bombing of civilian buildings or not. Like, do they close the borders? Just unknown. That's what scares me the most.
So that's on the border between Ukraine and Poland. Now, let me bring you some news just coming in from Russia. We understand police have detained at least 1,400 people at anti-war protests. This comes from the Russian monitoring group, the OVD Info Protest Monitor. It says that anti-war protests took place in 51 Russian cities. And we have these pictures from Russia's second biggest city, St. Petersburg, where dozens of people were arrested by security officials. While outside of Russia, there's been near universal condemnation of what Russia has done by invading Ukraine. As you would expect, Western governments now say they will escalate sanctions against Moscow. And we heard from President Biden in the last hour or so. European leaders and NATO Secretary General have all joined him in condemning what's been happening. For example, here's the head of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg.
Russia has attacked Ukraine. This is a brutal act of war. Our thoughts are with the brave people of Ukraine. Sadly, what we have warned against for months has come to pass. Despite all calls on Russia to change course and tireless efforts to seek a diplomatic solution, Peace on our continent has been shattered. We now have war in Europe on a scale and of a type we thought belonged to history.
Well, if that's NATO, next let's hear from the European Union. This is the Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, who was at the same briefing.
We will hold Russia accountable for this outrageous violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the territorial integrity. And what is at stake is not just Donbass, it's not just Ukraine. What is at stake is the stability of Europe and the whole international order, our peace order. President Putin chose to bring war back to Europe. In a determined and united response, the European Union will make it as difficult as possible for the Kremlin to pursue its aggressive actions.
Well, one of those who spent an awfully long time trying to persuade Vladimir Putin to not invade Ukraine was the French President, Emmanuel Macron. You'll remember the two of them sitting at either end of an enormous table in Moscow. Well, this is Mr. Macron's reaction to what's happened today.
By breaking his word, by refusing the diplomatic route, by choosing war, President Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, he's decided to flout the sovereignty of Ukraine. He's decided to carry out the most serious attack on peace and stability in our Europe for decades.
So we've heard from NATO, we've heard from France. Next, let's hear from the UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, who has reiterated his appeal to President Putin to stop this military action.
We know the toll of war. With death rising, we are seeing images of fear, anguish and terror in every corner of Ukraine. People, everyday innocent people, always pay the highest price. That is why the United Nations is scaling up our humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. Today, I'm announcing that we will immediately allocate $20 million from the Central Emergency Response Fund to meet urgent needs.
Another update to bring you before I pass on more Western reaction. We're now understanding that the Ukrainian National Police say Russian forces have captured an island called Sminy Island, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's in the Black Sea. It belongs to Ukraine, but Russia is now in control of it, according to Ukraine's national police. And again, this just emphasises the multifaceted nature of the Russian operation and the degree to which it is attacking positions right across Ukraine. This is not an operation that is focused solely on that eastern region where a conflict has been running since 2014. Now, we heard from NATO, we heard from the UN, we heard from France. Next, let's hear from the UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He had this to say in a televised address to the British people.
This act of wanton and reckless aggression is an attack not just on Ukraine. It's an attack on democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world.
Boris Johnson went on to announce that this was now the largest and most severe package of sanctions against Russian businesses, including banks.
With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
Well, there's Boris Johnson. In that statement, he outlined some of the actions the UK was taking in terms of sanctions against Russia. We knew further sanctions were coming from the European Union because EU leaders are meeting in Brussels this evening to thrash that out. We now have a statement. It reads, EU leaders agree to impose sanctions on Russian financial sectors, energy, transport, and impose export controls, blacklisting more Russians. And these are not ordinary, normal Russians. These are particularly powerful and wealthy individuals that the EU and the UK and the US are interested in applying pressure on, because they know that that is one way of potentially trying to influence Vladimir Putin if people close to him are put under pressure that sanctions deliver. We'll have to see if that works, but the EU doing what we expected it to do, imposing further sanctions on Russia's financial sector, on energy, transport, and imposing export controls. Now, some of the countries following this with the greatest concern are Ukraine's Baltic neighbours, and we've had reaction from all of them. Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania are all members of the NATO military alliance. First of all, here's a message from Estonia's Prime Minister.
In Estonia, we're going to help Ukraine with all the means that we can, political support, but also practical support, also defense weaponry that we can send to Ukraine. And of course, we must do everything on EU's and NATO's level to, this aggression not to expand.
Well, Lithuania, remember, a NATO country, borders Belarus, from where the Russians have in part launched this invasion. It's now imposing a 2-week state of emergency. Here's its president.
Today, I am signing a decree imposing the state of emergency, which Lithuania's parliament will approve at an extraordinary session. After assessing the new circumstances, we have to put legal measures in place, first of all, to strengthen our external security.
So, does NATO have a military response to this? At the moment, no. Its Secretary-General has reiterated that the group has no plans to send troops into Ukraine, which, as you can see, is not a member of the NATO alliance, but Ukraine does neighbour members of the NATO alliance. The other things we should emphasise is, of course, Ukraine's proximity, not just to Russia, but to Belarus to the north. Belarus is very much an ally of the Russians. Now, NATO has set out how the group plans to go about protecting those NATO members in the east of Europe.
We are increasing our presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and today we activated NATO's defence plans that gives our military commanders more authority to move forces and to deploy forces when needed. And of course this could also be elements of the NATO response force. So we are ready, we are adjusting our posture, but what we do is defensive, is measured, and we don't see confrontation. We want to prevent the conflict and any attack against any NATO-allied country.
Now, one reaction we need to pay very close attention to is what China is saying. There was a fascinating moment earlier in the press conference with Joe Biden where a reporter asked, what do you think of what China has said today? Will you give me a reaction to China's position? And the American president declined to offer his thoughts on that. We'll have to wait and see if he changes his mind and does share them at some point in the future. But China's position is fascinating. Today, Beijing said it understands what it calls Moscow's legitimate security concerns, and a foreign ministry spokesperson repeatedly refused to describe today's invasion as an invasion.
You are using a typical Western questioning method, using the word invasion. China is closely monitoring the latest situation. We call on all sides to exercise restraint to prevent the situation from getting out of control.
Well, we can talk to our State Department correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, who's with us. Well, Barbara, let me first of all ask you about that moment in the press conference when Joe Biden declined to comment on China. What did you make of that? Does that fit in with previous answers or comments he's made on the subject?
I don't really know what to make of it. Either he hadn't thought about it specifically and felt that he didn't have something clear to say about that. I think he's been very focused today on the US and EU response. So that could be one of it. I'm speculating here, but I can tell you what administration officials have said about Chinese response before, which is that its official positions, which you always hear at the UN Security Council and otherwise, is to protect the sovereignty of nations, that this is inviolate and this is a major reason for the UN to exist, to make sure that there is no violation of borders. And usually they bring out that argument when they feel that Western nations have gone too far in interfering in internal affairs, but it would equally apply, presumably, for, a major power like Russia crossing the borders into another country. And yet, as you said, the Chinese have not called it an invasion. The other thing that administration officials say about China is that, yes, they are sort of banding together, at least publicly, with Russia in the face of Western pressure, but ultimately, if there is a war, and there is, and if it lasts, then that will also damage China's interests. So that's how the administration officials have responded in the past. I don't know if Mr. Biden had been focused on other things and didn't have an answer ready at this stage.
I was also interested that he kept emphasising the long-term goals that perhaps sanctions can deliver. He seemed to be playing down any short-term outcomes from these new sanctions placed against the Russians. Is that an acknowledgement that in the short term there's only so much America can do about what's happening inside Ukraine?
Well, I think when the United States and NATO said that they weren't going to go and fight with Ukraine against Russia, that they've been saying that from the beginning. That was already a decision that telegraphed that they could not stop President Putin. They wouldn't stop him, and therefore sanctions were the next step. Now, it was interesting that Mr. Biden said that sanctions were never going to deter him. Now, that isn't exactly what we were hearing here from administration officials, but it suggests that there was always a great deal of skepticism in the administration about whether sanctions could deter him. But what Mr. Biden emphasized was that sanctions work out over a period of time. There's not usually an immediate impact, and that these would work out over the medium to long term. And he said the impact they would have, and what he announced were severe financial sanctions, essentially. Basically cutting off banks and companies, state-owned companies, from the Western financing system, and also blocking the imports of key technology to the Russian industrial section. He said these measures would really squeeze Russia, that there would really be an impact, and that he said, get back to me in a month and you'll see that ultimately if we are able to stand together, meaning we, the West, and not sort of cave in if our own people start to feel pain, in effect, then Mr. Putin will have to either, decide that he's going to respond to that pressure, or he'll have to accept that he's going to be a second-rate power. So it was all quite sort of strong language, but he did talk about this happening over a period of time.
Barbara, thank you very much indeed. So there's Barbara live with us from Washington. Let's switch back to Ukraine because we have some news from Mariupol in Ukraine. A diplomatic source has told the Reuters news agency that the outskirts of Ukraine's port city came under heavy fire and hundreds of explosions were heard. This as Ukrainian forces battled Russian invaders on three sides. It's also being reported by local media. So both a source to Reuters and local media passing on the fact that there are clashes now in that port city. Taking Mariupol would help Russia secure a direct land route to the peninsula of Crimea, which of course it annexed in 2014. So night may have fallen, but this remains a fluid situation. We are still within the first 24 hours of Russia's invasion in Ukraine. Both the response from the watching world, but also the response from the Ukrainians and the Russians continues to be swift. And as all of these developments come in, of course, you'll see them here on Outside Source. We'll take a couple of minutes pause, and then I'll be back with you.
It's been a cold day with frequent wintry showers, even some sleet in the south of the country during the afternoon on Thursday. We can look forward to a much calmer day with lighter winds and more sunshine on Friday, although the morning's going to be a little on the nippy side. Now here's our radar, and this is the extent of the wintry showers across Scotland. You can see where the white is, that's where it's been snowing. A few wintry showers further south as well. Still very blustery through this evening, gusts of wind in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour, but the winds will start to ease as we go through the course of the night. And this is because high pressure is building in from the southwest. When high pressure builds, things tend to settle down. The showers become less frequent. We have clearing skies and the temperatures drop as well. So I think widespread frosts to come across more northern parts of the UK. In the south, just that a little bit less cold, 4 or 5 degrees. Now here's that high pressure on Friday building in from the southwest. Notice that there is a weather front and low pressure to the north. That will come close to us. It will brush the very far northwest of the British Isles, but generally speaking, it is a fine day on Friday. There might be 1 or 2 showers around in the morning, but they should quickly fade. And then for England and Wales, it's sunshine all round, very decent weather in eastern Scotland. Decent enough, I think, in Belfast, but you can see here in the Western Isles and certainly for the Outer Hebrides, it could be pretty cloudy and wet at times. Temperatures are not desperately low, but around about 9 to 11 degrees. So high pressure is dominating the weather across many western and central parts of Europe. It's also driving our weather here in the UK, but we're just on the edge of that high pressure, which means that the weather fronts and the low pressures tend to sort of go around that area of high pressure. And here, I think always more breezy, always a bit more cloud, whereas further east and south, the better the weather will be. But overall, Saturday is looking dry and bright at the very least for most of us, with temperatures of around 12 degrees in the south, 10 degrees in Aberdeen. And then on Sunday, it looks as though we're in for another fine day across most parts of the country. But come Monday, I think it will cloud over. One of these weather fronts will come in and bring some outbreaks of rain. And you can see the rain here on Monday in some of the towns and cities. Bye-bye.
He wants tomorrow's news today. She's broadening her horizons. He's growing his knowledge. They're searching for expert opinions. She's dying for a lively discussion. He's taking stock of the situation. She wants to dive deeper. They just need a conversation starter. Everyone's news all in one place. The papers, tonight at 10:30 and 11:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Step into the future,
I'm going to look into this and I'm not going to be frightened of it.
where everyday conditions are explored like never before.
Let's flip the visors down. Wow, that's amazing. These are your breaths.
Your body uncovered. With Kate Garraway. Starts Wednesday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
I'm Ross Atkins with Outside Source. Western leaders are united in condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
The Russian onslaught began just before dawn with an offensive by land, sea and from the air, including a barrage of missiles on multiple targets. Then, with Russian attack helicopters and fighter jets were homing in on the Ukrainian army, Vladimir Putin then issued this warning.
Whoever tries to interfere with us or threaten our country should know that Russia's response will be immediate and lead to such consequences that have never been experienced in history.
We've seen long queues outside banks in Kiev and traffic jams in the city as people try to get out. Meanwhile, the G7 group of rich nations has agreed on what it calls a devastating package of sanctions targeting Russian individuals and businesses.
At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas.
In the past few minutes, EU leaders who are meeting in Brussels are reported to have agreed massive sanctions on Russian finance, energy and transport. While Ukraine says it is now fighting off a full-scale invasion, it's an invasion that Vladimir Putin ordered to begin this morning. Let me take you through what happened. At around 6 a.m. Russian time, Mr. Putin announced a special military operation in Ukraine's east aimed at what he calls the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. Then there were missile strikes reported on a number of Ukrainian military targets, also in the early hours. Explosions could be heard in several cities, including the capital, Kiev. Blasts have now been reported in many places across the country. Then came the land invasion. Russian tanks and troops advanced from Ukraine's east, south and north. Our international correspondent, Orla Guerin, has the latest from the front line in eastern Ukraine.
The dawn of a frightening new era in Europe. Kiev, a city of 3 million, awoke to sirens and a Russian invasion. Soon, a panicked exodus from the Ukrainian capital as the EU spoke of one of the darkest hours since World War II. And darkened skies as Russian attack helicopters targeted a military airport outside Kyiv. Ukraine says several were shot down. The invasion was by air, sea and land. President Putin making the extraordinary claim that it was to rid this democratic country of Nazis.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its aim is to protect people who have been subjected to tortures and genocide from the Kiev regime for 8 years. To do this, we will be aiming at demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
This was Russia's protection in action in cities across the country. Unverified images from Ukraine's northern and southern borders appeared to show Moscow's forces streaming in. Ukraine's beleaguered President Volodymyr Zelensky appealed for blood donations and said this was an all-out attack.
What do we hear today? It's not just rocket explosions, combat and the roar of aircraft. This is the sound of a new Iron Curtain, lowering and closing Russia away from the civilized world. Our national task is to make this curtain not on our territory, but in the homes of Russians.
From early morning in eastern Ukraine, we found queues at ATMs. Now there is war, people want cash in their pockets and fear it may run short. Like many here, Natalia is trying to comprehend what has befallen Ukraine, trying to work out how to protect her 2-year-old Karina.
We're shocked. We're totally shocked. We are afraid for our children, for our families.
Are you thinking about trying to move?
I don't know, I just don't know. Where can I go? We don't know where to go. Who will have us? Nobody, nowhere is waiting for us.
More queues at the petrol stations. Many want to be ready for whatever may come. Like Andrei, who felt the explosions overnight.
I heard it clearly. The earth was really shaking. So we got up and now we're waiting for fuel. We will buy some so we can be mobile in case all communications are cut. We have to prepare. What else can we do?
And where to run to as Russia does this. A missile strike on an airport in western Ukraine. And here the aftermath of another strike on a block of flats in Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city. Innocent civilians not safe in their own homes. Missile fragments now on display in the playground. In the battle for Ukraine, Russia is controlling the skies. Here, Ukrainian forces try to bring down helicopters, but they are outgunned. They've been suffering losses. We don't know how many. This nation is now under sustained attack. A day has changed everything, and not just for Ukraine.
Well, as you'd imagine, Western sanctions against Russia have been swift once that invasion began. We're going to spend the next few minutes looking at the Russians being targeted, including the oligarchs with ties to President Putin. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Troops are crossing the border from occupied Crimea, missiles have struck the capital, Kiev, and airports are under attack. This is days after Putin recognized the independence of breakaway regions in Ukraine. And this week, and in recent years, sanctions are central to how the West responds to Putin. Here's one example.
We are sanctioning 3 very high net worth individuals, Gennady Timchenko, Boris Rottenberg and Igor Rottenberg.
Boris Johnson calls them Putin's cronies. Certainly they're very rich. Gennady Timchenko is worth an estimated $22 billion. And Bill Browder, who was once the largest foreign investor in Russia, argues that to target them makes sense.
Everybody who knows Russia properly, knows Putin properly, all know what will stop him from doing terrible things, and that's going after his money. And to go after his money, you go after the 50 top oligarchs.
These oligarchs amassed huge wealth in the 90s. As the Soviet Union broke apart, state assets were given to new companies. And in exchange for funding politicians, these men got shares in those companies. They also, as the FT puts it, got unfettered access to the corridors of power. And in some cases, their wealth directly connected to Putin. The Times reports that while in a role in St. Petersburg, Putin granted Timchenko an export license and the oil man went on to co-found Gunvor. By 2007, around 30% of Russian oil exports went through that company, it reports. And these personal connections remain. Here's Timchenko at Putin's birthday in 2019. Or there's Boris Rottenberg. He's a childhood friend of Putin and co-owns a vast construction company. The Times tells us they attended judo training and are known to still spar. The third person named by Boris Johnson, well, that's Boris Rottenberg's nephew, Igor Rottenberg. He controls a drilling company. The Telegraph reports he is said to be Putin's judo partner. The UK says he has strategic significance to Putin. And this is what these new sanctions mean in practice.
Any assets they hold in the UK will be frozen. The individuals concerned will be banned from travelling here. And we will prohibit all UK individuals and entities from having any dealings with them.
These are three examples. Other oligarchs are also being targeted, as well as major Russian companies like Aeroflot and Russian banks too. Here's Boris Johnson again.
These powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK.
Bill Browder, though, argues that to be effective, sanctions need to be even more comprehensive.
We know many oligarchs who are totally untouched, who live in London, who hold Putin's money, who should be sanctioned, and none of them have been touched.
London is definitely part of the story. In 2008, the Labour government in the UK introduced what became known as a golden visa. This offered residency in return for large investments, and over 2,500 wealthy Russians took up the chance.
Their children go to universities in the UK, go to schools in the UK, enjoy the luxuries, if you like, that the United Kingdom and Western countries offer.
The scheme was scrapped last week, but of course, Russian money in London remains.
There is £1.5 billion worth of property and other assets which is linked to the Kremlin regime or to prominent Russians who have known involvement in corruption cases.
To this, the opposition Labour Party says not enough has been done.
We have failed to stop the flow of illicit Russian finance into Britain. Yeah. A cottage industry does the bidding of those linked to Putin.
That's Labour. Boris Johnson has led the Conservatives since 2019. They've been in power for 12 years. And the Prime Minister sees it differently to the opposition.
I don't think any government could conceivably be doing more to root out corrupt Russian money.
But Mr Johnson does have more plans. 6 years after the Conservatives first promised it, the Prime Minister wants to introduce a new register of ownership.
We're making sure that we open up the Russian doll of property ownership, of company ownership in London and see who's behind everything.
This is the targeting of individuals. Russia as a country has also been targeted this week and previously. Back in 2014, Russia annexed Crimea. It supported separatists in eastern Ukraine as well, and sanctions followed. They had an impact. While the global economy has grown on average 2.3% a year, for Russia the figure is 0.3%. Sanctions have cost Russia an estimated $50 billion a year. Russia, though, has taken measures to lessen the impact. Nonetheless, after this week's invasion, once again the West has taken aim at its wealth.
These sanctions are designed to take a heavy toll on the Kremlin's interests and their ability to finance war.
These sanctions involve freezing Russian assets in the European Union and blocking banks from accessing Europe's financial market. The question is, can any of this influence Putin's intentions? History suggests this will be difficult.
He appears not to be afraid of sanctions or worried about them. Sanctions that we've applied in the past have always slipped over time. You know, people were sanctioned and then they got fake passports and they got around it.
And the West will be acutely aware that sanctions have not prevented a moment that the European Union describes in these terms.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country.
And as we listen to that, think back to what President Biden said on Tuesday.
We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Without fighting, though, you're left with sanctions. But Putin's authority rests on a corrupt system of wealth and power that is 30 years in the making. He has nuclear weapons too. It's not certain that sanctions alone can change his course. Well, in the past few minutes, European Union leaders have agreed what are described as massive sanctions on Russian finance, energy and transport. Here's a statement from the 27 member states. The European Council today agrees on, we're told, further restrictive measures that will impose massive and severe consequences on Russia for its action. It continues. These sanctions cover the financial sector, the energy and transport sectors, dual-use goods, as well as export controls and export financing, visa policy, additional listings on Russian individuals, and new listing criteria. So, comprehensive sanctions from the European Union. We were expecting as much. And to be honest, Vladimir Putin would have been expecting as much. Well, next let's look at the financial fallout from this invasion. Markets across the globe have slumped, with companies exposed to Russia seeing the heaviest of losses. This was the New York Stock Exchange as US trading began a few hours ago. The key Dow Jones index fell around 2.5% at the opening, mirroring sharp falls on other world equity markets. Oil prices have surged past $100 a barrel. That's their highest in 8 years. This was Brent crude a short while ago. Russia is currently the second biggest exporter of crude oil after Saudi Arabia. Apologies, that graphic's not working, but we can also tell you Russia is the world's largest natural gas exporter. There is concern, as you'd imagine, that if there are disruption to Russia's energy exports, that could in turn send prices far higher, particularly for the European market, which is the primary market for Russian gas. This is the assessment of one analyst.
We have an incredibly tight market, and the question is, where does that next barrel come from? It now looks more difficult as there will be sanctions against Russia as to where that will come from. And how will OPEC Plus deal with Russia now that we have a full-blown war?
Well, in Moscow, trading on the stock exchange was suspended for a period. After reopening, the RTS index plunged by around 40%, its biggest ever one-day percentage deadline. The ruble plummeted to a record low against the dollar. So financial markets in a number of different places moving around, as you would imagine. There are further updates as well in the financial section of the BBC News website. Ever since Russia began its military build-up in November, NATO has been raising concerns.
In recent weeks, we have seen large and unusual concentrations of Russian forces close to Ukraine's borders.
Then this was the US Secretary of State in December.
We're deeply concerned by evidence that Russia has made plans for significant aggressive moves against Ukraine. The plans include efforts to destabilize Ukraine from within, as well as large-scale military operations.
Moscow called these fears alarmist. In January, the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said Russia didn't want war. In February, the BBC asked Russia's ambassador to the EU if an invasion was planned.
Because we're not going to invade any country.
That's your word on that? It's not going
Take my word, we don't have an intention. Of course, the important thing is not to provoke Russia into changing its mind.
The same question was raised with Russia's ambassador to the US on Sunday.
There is no innovation
and there is no such plans.
Also in February, we heard from the Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson. She told us, today we mark another day of the start of war with Ukraine, which did not happen again. To the Western media outlets' regret, no matter how hard they whip up the hysteria. But this Thursday was the day that Russia started the war, as Vladimir Putin announced on Russian TV.
I have decided to conduct a special military operation. Its goal is to protect people who have been subjected to bullying and genocide for the last 8 years. And for this, we will strive for the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine.
Just want to read you a couple of updates from the Reuters news agency telling us Ukraine's military is saying this Thursday evening that Russian forces aim to block the Ukrainian capital Kiev while creating a land corridor on the southern coast towards the annexed Crimea Peninsula. It goes on. Ukrainian forces battled Russian invaders on 3 sides on Thursday after Moscow mounted an assault by land, sea and air. Another update here, also this time from the AFP news agency, telling us that at least 100,000 people have been displaced in Ukraine and that thousands are seeking to flee abroad. Well, a little bit earlier I was talking about the impact on financial markets around the world. Let's bring in our New York business correspondent, Michelle Fleury. Hi, Michelle. Where have we got to in New York?
Look, at the markets right now, you've got the Dow Jones pretty much flat, S&P and the Nasdaq all relatively in positive territory. And the reason for that is because these sanctions are not sort of the all-out sanctions that some had feared, and that's why investors are kind of taking some comfort from that. Bearing in mind, as Biden was asked in his press conference, he hasn't, for example, placed sanctions on Mr. Putin himself. He hasn't removed Russia from the SWIFT payment system, something that Ukraine's leader has called for. The reason for that is they want to keep sort of some powder dry, because as we see the situation unfold, they want to be able to kind of ratchet up tension. That's one reason. The other reason is the economic pain it might inflict on its allies, particularly in the EU. There is some concern. You've got members like Italy and others who worry about kind of the sanctions and the impact that that will have on their economies. At the same time, they're trying to kind of present this very united front.
And presumably already American businesses have had to navigate Russian sanctions because some have been in place ever since 2014 and the annexation of Crimea.
Yeah, and so you've seen sort of, in boardrooms across the United States, you've got this kind of conversation going on of how much exposure do we have. And there are kind of, for example, big firms like UPS announcing what they're doing in terms of staffing and in terms of business operations. That being said, there are other firms also sensing possible opportunities. If you are a US shale producer, for example, looking at the rising price of oil, suddenly it becomes more economical to produce. And at a time when there is a potential shortage, that was interesting. One of the comments that Biden made was, he had a warning for oil companies, don't take advantage of this situation. But obviously there are opportunities for there, and I think that's what you're seeing reflected in the US markets. If you look at the European markets, it's a different story. Because much of the pain will be felt by those European companies, there the sell-off was much sharper. All of the major indices, both in Germany, France, but also in the UK, all down around 4%.
OK, Michelle, thank you very much indeed. Well, while the financial markets are reacting, let's turn right back to this ongoing conflict, because there's now been multiple reports of heavy fire and explosions on the outskirts of the city of Mariupol in Ukraine. This is a crucial port city in the country. Taking it would give Russia a direct land route to Crimea, which is the peninsula that Russia annexed in 2014. These pictures have just come in. You can see the extent of the damage in this particular building in Mariupol. We're hearing from local media and from diplomatic sources that Ukrainian forces battled Russian attackers on 3 sides. We don't know the status of the city at the moment. Let's get a view from inside Russia now. The Kremlin is insisting its military operation in Ukraine will last as long as is necessary, but there is a sense of shock among some ordinary Russians, as we'll see in this report from our Moscow correspondent, Steve Rosenberg.
There are moments that change the course of history. Would this be one? Russia invaded Ukraine. Its president threatened the West.
If anyone tries to stand in our way or even threaten our country, our people, they should know Russia will respond immediately, and this will lead to such consequences, the likes of which you have never experienced in your history.
Russian state TV went into overdrive, backing the assault, claiming Ukrainian soldiers were surrendering en masse. A different mood here, at one of Russia's last surviving independent papers. To show solidarity with Ukraine, tomorrow's edition will be in Russian and Ukrainian. The paper's editor, Dmitry Muratov, won last year's Nobel Peace Prize. He believes that President Putin has done irreparable damage to his country.
Unfortunately, I have to say very bitter words. I think that today, February the 24th, Russia's future was taken away from it. Our peace-loving Russian people will now feel the hatred of the world, because we are starting a third world war in the centre of Europe.
Vladimir Putin comes across now as a leader with an almost messianic idea to force Ukraine back into Moscow's orbit, even if that means war. What the public might think about that doesn't come into it. He seems determined to achieve his goal. In the centre of Moscow, we're against the war, she says, and we want the whole world to know that. But so far, few Russians have come out to protest. Maybe this is why. In Russia now, protests end like this.
I'm sorry, so shocked. I just can't help crying. I think that most of Russians don't support this. It's horrible.
And why don't they support it?
Because it's not our war, it's war Putin, Biden or anyone else, but not our nation.
I think the Ukrainian soldiers will surrender, she says, and they should. It's terrible to be at war with Ukraine. This is not a conflict the Russian public wants. This is the Kremlin's war.
There is ongoing coverage of Russia's invasion of Ukraine here in the UK on BBC News Channel, also around the world on BBC World News and through the BBC News website and the BBC News app. Thank you very much indeed for joining me for these 2 hours of Outside Source as we bring you this extraordinary development in the east of Ukraine, in the east of Europe, with Russia invading Ukraine. Bye-bye.
It's been a cold day with frequent wintry showers, even some sleet in the south of the country during the afternoon on Thursday. We can look forward to a much calmer day with lighter winds and more sunshine on Friday, although the morning's going to be a little on the nippy side. Now here's our radar, and this is the extent of the wintry showers across Scotland. You can see where the white is, that's where it's been snowing. A few wintry showers further south as well. Still very blustery through this evening, gusts of wind in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour, but the winds will start to ease as we go through the course of the night. And this is because high pressure is building in from the southwest. When high pressure builds, things tend to settle down. The showers become less frequent. We have clearing skies and the temperatures drop as well. So I think widespread frosts to come across more northern parts of the UK. In the south, just that a little bit less cold, 4 or 5 degrees. Now here's that high pressure on Friday building in from the southwest. Notice that there is a weather front and low pressure to the north. That will come close to us. It will brush the very far northwest of the British Isles, but generally speaking, it is a fine day on Friday. There might be 1 or 2 showers around in the morning, but they should quickly fade. And then for England and Wales, it's sunshine all round, very decent weather in eastern Scotland. Decent enough, I think, in Belfast, but you can see here in the Western Isles and certainly for the Outer Hebrides, it could be pretty cloudy and wet at times. Temperatures are not desperately low, but around about 9 to 11 degrees. So high pressure is dominating the weather across many western and central parts of Europe. It's also driving our weather here in the UK, but we're just on the edge of that high pressure, which means that the weather fronts and the low pressures tend to sort of go around that area of high pressure. And here, I think, always more breezy, always a bit more cloud whereas further east and south, the better the weather will be. But overall, Saturday is looking dry and bright at the very least for most of us, with temperatures of around 12 degrees in the south, 10 degrees in Aberdeen. And then on Sunday, it looks as though we're in for another fine day across most parts of the country. But come Monday, I think it will cloud over. One of these weather fronts will come in and bring some outbreaks of rain. You can see the rain here on Monday in some of the towns and cities. Bye-bye.
He wants tomorrow's news today. She's broadening her horizons. He's growing his knowledge. They're searching for expert opinions. She's dying for a lively discussion. He's taking stock of the situation. She wants to dive deeper. They just need a conversation starter. Everyone's news all in one place. The papers, tonight at 10:30 and 11:30 on the BBC News Channel.
Step into the future,
I'm going to look into this and I'm not going to be frightened of it.
where everyday conditions are explored like never before.
Let's flip the visors down. Wow, that's amazing. These are your breaths.
Your body uncovered. With Kate Garraway. Starts Wednesday at 8 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
And one person who's not sitting is Carol.
What is your message to people like that this morning? Is that your position now?
That BBC Breakfast, I take that all day.
BBC Breakfast. Join us on the best seat in the house.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. You're watching Context on BBC News. President Biden announces new sanctions on Moscow as Western leaders unite to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences.
The Russian onslaught began just before dawn with an offensive by land, sea and air and a barrage of missiles on multiple targets. As Russian attack helicopters and fighter jets honed in on the Ukrainian army. Ordinary people have been trying to escape with long queues of traffic on the roads. The UK, alongside other rich countries, agrees a devastating package of sanctions targeting Russian individuals and businesses. Meanwhile, tonight, EU leaders have agreed sanctions on Russian finance, energy and the transport sector. Tonight, with the context, Amanda Renteria, the former advisor to Hillary Clinton, and the retired Brigadier General Kevin Ryan, former US Defense Attaché to Russia and now a senior fellow at Harvard Kennedy School. A warm welcome to the programme. The Russian incursion into Ukraine is now taking place along three main fronts, with moves underway to capture key population centres and topple Ukraine's democratically elected government. And let's be very clear, we have not seen conventional warfare like this, nation state to nation state, since World War II. The Russian military has today launched over 100 missiles, some of them cruise missiles, into Ukraine. This one hitting the Ivano-Frankivsk airport in western Ukraine, south of Lviv. They've also targeted the air defences, barracks, ammunition warehouses, 11 airfields. One of them, just 20 miles from Kyiv, was taken by Russian paratroopers. Russian fighters say they have also seized Chernobyl. The heaviest fighting is around Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest population centre in the northeast, less than 30 miles from the Russian border. But there is also a move on the capital from neighbouring Belarus in the north, as well as an assault from the south led by Russian troops from Crimea. And there are reports tonight of dozens of military and civilian casualties. We will cover all angles of the day's events. We have the right guest to do that. But let's start tonight in Kyiv with Clive Myrie, who is there for us. For weeks, Clive, the Russians told us there were no plans to invade. The Americans, they said, were hysterical. We were fools to believe it. And now we know the truth. And this could have devastating consequences for Ukraine.
It could, absolutely, Christian. Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, made it clear that all those assurances that the Russians put out over the last few days and weeks, they were all lies. They were lies. Vladimir Putin had made up his mind a long time ago what he was going to do, and today he executed that plan. And as you say, it puts the people of this city, close to 3 million, and across the country, many millions, puts them in grave danger. Remember, 190, according to US and Western intelligence estimates, 190,000 Russian troops encircled this country for weeks, to the north, to the east and to the south. And what we heard at around 5 o'clock this morning was the sound of air raid sirens going off, an announcement in Russia from Vladimir Putin that a major attack had taken place, and then the sound of the bombardment. Cruise and ballistic missiles being used, attacking military targets, according to the Russians. Then you had the ground assault, armoured personnel carriers and tanks crossing over the border. And consequently, you've got fear and a sense of dread in this city that everything that the West was talking about has actually come to pass. And as a result, we're seeing panic and that sense of fear. It just hangs in the air here, Christian.
President Zelensky did speak to the nation earlier today, swapped his suit for his military fatigues, Clive. What has he told us about the way the Ukrainians plan to fight back?
Well, he's been saying for a number of days and weeks now that the Ukrainian army is strong. It will fight back if it comes under attack. And of course, you know, the British and other NATO partners have sent anti-tank and anti-aircraft weaponry to the forces here. There have been military trainers as well from NATO allies. The military has been bolstered. And President Zelensky has tried to make it clear that there will be a fight on if an advance by the Russians did come to pass. Now, it's happened. He's going to have to hope that his military do come to the fore and are able to deal with the onslaught. But him taking off his suit and putting on, you know, his military fatigues, remember, this is a man who was an actor. He played the role of a president in a very popular TV program here. And there are some who would suggest that perhaps he is in way over his head. It's unclear which politician would be able to deal with, you know, a ground, air and sea attack from Russia of all countries, one of the second biggest military in the world, next to China. But there's a sense that he is in way over his head and he doesn't really know what to do. But he's trying to mollify his people. He's trying to give them assurances that that things will end up okay. But people are voting with their feet, and we saw those pictures of long lines of traffic trying to get out of this city earlier on today and out of the main centres of population to get to places of safety.
Agence France Presse reporting in the last 5 minutes, Clive, that 100,000 people were displaced today. The Prime Minister of Moldova says they've already received 4,000, but presumably we need to prepare for a humanitarian catastrophe. Tens of thousands of people heading across the border.
There's absolutely no question of that. You've talked about the fact that this is the kind of nation-state to nation-state battle that we haven't seen on the continent of Europe for such a long time, and that those refugee flows that are likely to come from this conflict are something we haven't seen for a very long time either. And frankly, you know, the neighboring states and further west in Europe, they're going to have to prepare for this. And there is a sense that the refugee crisis potentially could be devastating, with many, many people not potentially being able to find the shelter that they need.
Clive Myrie will be back later this evening with the 10 o'clock news from Kiev. Clive, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. General Ryan, Clive was just saying there that there is a fear that President Zelensky might be out of his depth here. It's critical that he is given the communications, the intelligence, the support to be able to lead his country from wherever that may be. Would you imagine that there is a plan afoot that NATO is now helping him with?
I think NATO is providing a lot of help to President Zelensky. And to be fair to President Zelensky, I think every major actor is out of their depth at this moment. We're in an unprecedented situation in the 21st century, and not since World War II have we had such a conflagration unfolding on the stage in front of us. So I give him a little bit of leeway in how he addresses this. But NATO has made very clear commitments to Zelensky in both materials and monetary support and so on. I think, and the sanctions are important too. So I think there is an adequate response going on right now in terms of NATO. As far as the Ukrainian military is going, I think they're performing admirably. I think some units are fighting better than others, but the reports across the board show that there is a fight going on.
Amanda, as General Ryan rightly says, no leader is ever prepared for something on this scale. Neither is President Biden. He's been around a long time, but there is political risk here for him as well.
There is, but this isn't a new conversation for him. And you saw that in the way that he's approached not only diplomatic relations around the world, but in the way that this administration has been communicating now for weeks about this, including leading up to this when he was asked directly, do you think this is going to happen? And his answer was, I do. I think this is going to happen. And so while you can prepare people as much as possible, I think President Biden has done a good job of that. But we're just not prepared as a world, as a country, for really what's ahead. And so that is what all these leaders are contending with, which is this is not something that we've all prepared for. And now here we are, and it's happened, and it feels fast to a lot of folks. But I do have to say there was a certain confidence today in Biden's conversation and a very clarity in his words about where we are and what line has been crossed and now what there is to do.
General Ryan, if the Ukrainian military is going to put up a fight, they are going to have to be resupplied. And there will be NATO countries who want to help with that, probably the Eastern European countries right at the forefront of it. But there is risk in that, isn't there? Is there a way to do that, to rearm the Ukrainian army so that they can put up the fight?
Well, it will be very risky initially, and during the active phase of whatever combat is going to happen. Russia has specifically identified the arming of Ukraine or the supplying of weapons and ammunition as a reason for its, as a pretext really, for its invasion into Ukraine. They want that to stop. The fact that we have been increasing that support, of course, drives him crazy, drives Putin crazy. And it'll be one of the things that he's trying to prevent. So it'll be tough, it'll be risky, but we have plenty of open borders with NATO members that can provide this stuff into Ukraine.
Well, as we've shown you already on the programme, the assault is being targeted on all the main population centres and from 3 sides of the country. These pictures were filmed in the early hours of the morning. You can see there black smoke rising from a military airport in Kharkiv. Let me show you Hostomel Airport. This one's near Kyiv, and an air assault operation conducted by Mi-8 Russian helicopters. We also have footage from just north of Kyiv. This is footage showing more Russian military helicopters, and you'll see the aircraft firing these defence flares. And from the sounds, it does appear there was an exchange of fire with the ground. We've also verified these pictures from a hydroelectric plant in Kakhovka. That's just north of the Crimean Peninsula. Ukraine has confirmed that the Russian military has now control of that facility. And according to UK defence intelligence this evening, the Russian fleet has entered Ukrainian waters in the Black Sea and suspended all civilian shipping in the Sea of Azov, preparing for what would seem like a full military blockade. Is that what you would expect to see, General Ryan? Does that sort of fit with a large-scale countrywide invasion?
Yes, it does. All of the steps beginning last March and April have been carefully choreographed, from bringing in troops, moving them around on the borders, adding to those troops, and then the final week of choreographed votes and decrees, et cetera, and then announcements preceding the invasion. And all of that was done with a specific number of troops in mind, 150, 190, whatever that actual number is. And this number is far more than you would need for a peacekeeping exercise or a peacekeeping mission in a separatist regions. The Russians do peacekeeping in Abkhazia and Georgia with 3,000 to 5,000 troops. So 190,000 troops is not intended for a peacekeeping operation. It's for an invasion.
No, indeed so. Well, in Washington, President Joe Biden watched the battle unfold this morning with the National Security Council in the Situation Room. And this morning he held a virtual meeting with the leaders of the other G7 nations. To remind you, that's Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom and the European Union. And in the last few hours, he announced 7,000 more troops will be sent to Germany. He said the sanctions he's now implementing will degrade Russia's economy for years to come.
Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies.
Amanda, he was asked a question in that press conference, why among the list of people that have been sanctioned, President Putin is missing. You would expect he would be at the top of the list.
You did see him flinch a little when he got that question, but he purposely did not answer it, much like he purposely did not answer the conversation around China as well. There's a certain discipline that you are seeing out of this administration, particularly out of him, as they are navigating this very precarious moment right now where Ukraine isn't a NATO country, and yet we're starting to see more pressure on the borders. And so the decision to move 7,000 troops made a lot of sense, showed the NATO allies that the United States is ready, that President Biden will stick to his word, but he does have to hold back a bit to make sure that he's bringing allies along, to make sure that he's bringing his internal domestic allies along as well. And so you're seeing that really play out, and he's held a discipline to hold things for the future as well. And I think that's an important piece to the negotiation right now.
Is it just to bring allies along, Amanda? Because there has been some reporting that there are two camps inside the White House, those who want to run a lot quicker, who want wider, more punishing sanctions, and those who see a cost of living crisis in the United States and the way that it might backfire on the president.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the balance over the next several days. Is how do you contend with those? And, you know, he's an experienced elected official that recognizes when you have two parties within your administration, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It allows you to really strike the right balance, hear from people, whether it's on the Hill, allies around the world, to be able to really contend with all of those different viewpoints. And that is how you actually build a path forward. And he has shown a very good discipline in this press conference, understanding the careful line he is walking.
Okay. Lots of things happening, a lot of reaction and ramifications. So let's go through a list of some of the things that have happened today. According to the UN, as Clive told you at the top, there are around 100,000 people now displaced in Ukraine, thousands fleeing abroad, heading west to neighbouring countries like Poland, Moldova for safety. This was the scene in Kiev earlier, as you can see, those traffic jams that Clive was mentioning. In Russia, hundreds of anti-war protesters have been arrested across 39 cities, according to independent monitoring groups. We've also seen protests around the world with anti-Russian and anti-war protesters taking to the streets in dozens of other countries. The invasion, as you might have seen today, has brought chaos to the stock markets. Oil prices surged past $100 a barrel. That's the highest level in 7 years. Russia, of course, the second biggest exporter of crude oil. It's also the world's largest natural gas exporter. Wheat prices have also skyrocketed to a 9-year high. Russia and Ukraine together account for almost a third of global wheat exports. On the currency markets, the Russian ruble hit an all-time low against the dollar, with the inevitability of tougher, harsher sanctions from the West. However, it did bounce back later in the day. General, do you think we've discussed for several nights now that President Putin has defended his country from these sanctions, but the sort of sanctions that have been outlined today, specifically telecommunications, the sort of equipment that might go into military equipment, is that the sort of thing that can hurt a country and the sort of military structure going forward?
It absolutely can. The military itself buys this equipment, and that's one impact. But Russia also sells this equipment abroad, and they are the fourth, I think, leading country in the world for arms sales globally. So it's an important source of income and a way that Russia makes closer ties with other countries like China, India, and those members of the CSTO organization. So it will have an impact on the military itself.
Do you foresee that the axis that has opened up with China, and clearly he was in Beijing during the Winter Olympics to talk to President Xi, could that replace some of the money that they are losing through these sanctions that the West have imposed? Could China fill the void?
Yes, China can fill the void if it chooses to in some respects. I don't think it can completely fill the void, but they can increase their purchases. They can trade goods for weapons that they receive from Russia, and they can make promises for the future. So China can be a big help to Russia here, and I think Russia is hoping that China will be a big help in whatever happens over the next, say, 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, tonight, European leaders have flown into Brussels for an emergency summit. Under pressure from the Eastern European states, they have approved a further list of export bans, market restrictions, freezing of assets, which will be broader than the list that they announced on Tuesday. But there is still some division in Europe on how far they should go. The Italians wanted to carve out for luxury goods. The Belgians wanted to carve out for diamonds. Here in the UK, Boris Johnson has set out what he described as the largest and most severe sanctions Russia has ever faced. All major Russian banks will have their assets frozen and will be excluded from the UK financial system. The assets of 100 new individuals or entities, including Kirill Shamalov, Putin's ex-son-in-law, who's also Russia's youngest billionaire, and Aeroflot will be banned from landing in the UK. Here is the Prime Minister speaking a little earlier in the House of Commons.
Spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did.
It is extraordinary that the war began while the Russians presided over an emergency session of the UN Security Council in New York. And while the UN talked, there is President Putin giving the order, warning anyone who might be tempted to meddle that it would lead to consequences, quotes, you have never encountered in your history. And it is possible, as Boris Johnson was just saying there, given that he was wearing the same tie and the backdrop was the same, that he pre-recorded that message on Tuesday after speaking to the Russian people, which would, as the Prime Minister was saying, suggest that he'd made up his mind many days ago. Let's bring in the Conservative MP and Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood. Thank you, Tobias Ellwood, for being with us this evening. Are you satisfied with how far the Prime Minister has gone today?
Well, I think there's a bigger picture, a better appreciation, firstly, on just how dangerous our world is now becoming. And the direction of travel suggests that our defence posture, its size, its composition, probably now needs reviewing. And I'm grateful to see that there's more encouragement, more support for us to move to 3% GDP spend on defence. And I hope that's something that all of NATO may now consider. We did see huge solidarity behind the Prime Minister today from all sides of the House. There was a strong statement of condemnation, with more sanctions will now follow, targeting the very Russian elites, those oligarchs, the finances that are based here in London. But sanctions alone is simply a tool that won't work on its own. I would like to have seen dismissal of Russian intelligence officers from embassies. We saw that after the Salisbury poisonings as well. But also recognition that these sanctions alone won't simply work. They will probably get retaliatory actions that will hit supply chains, particularly hydrocarbons and indeed precious metals as well. And history shows that when you have general sanctions, they actually, when they hit the population at large, that can actually end up supporting the very leader that you're wishing to target. So I think there's some bigger questions now forming. Where does this go? How do we actually get ahead of this rather than reacting to events? And why aren't we utilizing our most formidable asset, namely NATO? This is the one trump card that Putin actually fears.
I asked a question last night of somebody about the way these sanctions will be structured, and I'm not sure I got a particularly satisfactory answer. If you look at the way the Iranian and Venezuela sanctions are structured, any country that deals with Iran and Venezuela is itself sanctioned by the United States. Why would it be any different for Russia?
Well, this is, I think, is the complications, is that Iran actually is somewhat isolated. Few people are doing business. After the Iranian deal, the nuclear deal, there was an opening, if you like, to do greater trade. But that didn't happen because of other legacy sanctions, as you say, with knock-on consequences if you do business. With Russia, it has its trading links right across Europe, not least with oil and gas, as well as other rare metals and so forth. To start to actually introduce sanctions is a double-edged sword. It would actually affect businesses as well. And let's also not forget, and this does apply to Iran, given that you've mentioned Iran, if the world is not united on putting in sanctions, and there is a gap in the market for them to turn to, that's where they'll go. Iran has moved to China to do greater deals with China, and indeed Russia. Russia will do the same. And I think this begs the bigger question: have we fully understand Putin's longer-term intentions? If they are, as I suspect, to pivot his nation towards China, then any sanctions that we introduce from the West will actually help him persuade his people, look, our future is no longer with the West. We need to turn with our friend, our ally, the person who's going to buy up all those oil and gas now, China.
Just got a minute left. If you could give me a very quick answer on this. Ukraine's ambassador to the UK said today that he wants NATO to impose a no-fly zone over the country. Is that possible?
It is possible. It requires determination. It requires the leadership to recognize that there is a risk involved, and then the tensions will ratchet up. Certainly, they could do a partial no-fly zone up to the Dnieper River, which goes up halfway across the nation. But before that, we should be certainly putting in more heavy weapon systems, more satellite communications, more counter-cyber technology, drones and so forth, air denial capabilities. These are the things that need to be pouring into the country now. And I'm sorry to see that we continue not to utilize NATO to its full capacity, whether it's being in support or indeed, more effectively, more considerably, a no-fly zone.
Tobias Ellwood, grateful for your time this evening. Thank you very much. Let me just show you very quickly a live shot. That is the White House. We're waiting for Jen Psaki, the press secretary, to come out. We'll bring you that live.